questions with Representative Bryant?
I haven't started the Zoom yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nope, that's fine. I just want to make sure it's up and running.
Okay.
All righty, you're good to go.
Thank you. Good morning. This is the State and Local Government Committee. It is April 7th, 10 a.m. We have a confirmation first. And before we get to that, though, I want to have members introduce themselves, and we'll start and go around with Representative Mark Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Mark Bryant. I represent House District 24, part of the town of Wyndham. Good morning.
Great. Representative Donna Dorr.
Good morning. I am Representative Donna Dorr, and I represent a portion of Augusta.
Great. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Lynn Copeland. I am House Representative for District 14, which is downtown and coastal Saco. Welcome.
Great. Representative Francis Head.
Good morning and thank you, Mr. Chair. And my name is Frances Head. I live in Bethel and I represent District 117.
Great. Representative Kathy Downs.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Downs, and thank you, Mr. Chair. And I represent District 130, which is Bucksport and Orrington. Thank you.
Great. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Kimberly Rosen, Senate District 8. My district goes from Castine through Brewer all the way up to Lincoln, and I live in Bucksport.
Great. My co-chair, Representative Ann Matlack.
Good morning. I'm Ann Matlack. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Cree Haven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands.
Great. And Representative Randall Greenwood.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Randall Greenwood, House District 82, Litchfield, Monmouth, and my hometown of Wales in both Androscoggin and Kennebec County.
Great. And I'm Joe Baldacci. I represent Senate District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman. So the first matter is a confirmation hearing. We have some guests here today. Melissa O'Neill Lowe from the governor's office and Gay Grant, the nominee. It's for a position on the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority. So this is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government for purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of the Honorable Gay Grant of South Gardner for appointment to the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee, members present and voting. As chair of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the president of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. The meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which require that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes my co-chair, Representative Ann Matlack.
Thank you, sir.
Making such a
I
motion.
move that the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government recommend confirmation of the Honorable Gay Grant of South Gardner for appointment to the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority.
Thank you.
Second.
Great. So we have a motion and a second. A copy of the statutory requirements for this position are publicly available, but just briefly, I will let the public know, because this is by Zoom and not in person. The Maine Governmental Facilities Authority was established by the 118th legislature during its first special session to assume primary responsibility for ensuring adequate facilities for Maine state government. The authority comprises 5 members, 3 of whom are appointed by the governor for 5-year terms, subject to review by the Legislative Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. The other two members are the Treasurer of the State of Maine and the Commissioner of Administrative and Financial Services, who serve as ex officio voting members. The authority has statutory authority to undertake such projects that it deems necessary to assure the provision of adequate facility for use by the courts, any agency, instrumentality, or department of the state, or by any branch of government, and to enter into financing arrangements to execute these. The authority's specific powers are defined in 4 MRSA 1604 as amended, and include a number of items that are specifically mentioned in that statute. Let's see, the chair now recognizes Melissa O'Neill Lowe for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Melissa O'Neill Lowe, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet T. Mills. I am here this morning to speak in support of the nomination of the Honorable Gay Grant of South Gardner as a member of the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority, or as we affectionately refer to it as MAGIFA. As Senator Baldacci reviewed, the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority is found under Maine Revised Statutes under 4 MRSA Section 1602, which outlines the membership qualifications. MAGIFA was established to assist state government in financing the construction and equipping of facilities by providing access to tax-exempt bond market, and was created as a body corporate and politic and a public instrumentality of the state. The exercise by the authority of powers conferred by this chapter is considered to be performance of essential governmental functions. The authority, as Senator Baldacci mentioned, consists of 5 members, one who is the treasurer of the state as an ex officio voting member, one who is the commissioner of DAFs, who is also an ex officio voting member, and 3 members who each serve 5-year terms who are appointed by the governor. The Honorable Gay Grant is no stranger, as you know, to public service and serving the citizens of this great state. A Maine native, she holds a BA in history from the University of Southern Maine, and for the last 16 years has owned and operated her own grant writing and editing consulting firm called The Right Way. Her public service, however, goes much deeper than her pedigree. Gay served 3 terms in the Maine legislature from 2012 to 2018, where she served on appropriations, ENR, transportation, taxation, as well as having served on the Joint Select Committee on Maine's workforce and economic future. Her service on appropriations alone makes for a distinguished candidate for this position, having had experience in both state fiscal and policy responsibility, both of which will be crucial in comprehending the process by which MAGIFA operates. Prior to her service in the Maine legislature, she served on MSAD 11's, which is Gardner's school board, for 5 years, and currently serves as a trustee of the Transfiguration Hermitage in Windsor. She is a member of the Gardner Rotary Club, Gardner Library Association, Maine Writers and Publishers Alliance, the Maine Philanthropy Center, the Kennebec Historical Society, and the State House and Capitol Park Commission. Prior to my job here in boards and commissions with the governor, I worked for the governor and the Attorney General's office. Part of those duties were myself attending the House caucuses on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I recall always being impressed by then Representative Grant and how thoughtful she was when expressing ideas or thoughts, how meaningful her words were, and how even-tempered that I found her, even when issues were at times contentious. Her peers listened and respected her when she spoke, and she always seemed happy, likely because she was doing a job that she both loved and viewed as important on behalf of her constituents and important to her own personal beliefs. I have no doubt that her service on MAGIFA will be like this and that she will view that service as such. She is a dedicated public servant who is ready to roll up her sleeves and get back to work. It is for the reasons that I've outlined here this morning that on behalf of Governor Mills that I would ask you to support the nomination of the Honorable Gay Grant of South Gardner to the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority. I thank you for your time this morning and be happy to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. O'Neill Lowe. And are there any questions by members of the committee? Okay, I see none. So then I would now recognize the Honorable Gay Grant for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. I am Gay Grant, a resident of Gardner and a lifelong resident of Maine. I'm honored to be nominated by Governor Mills for appointment to the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority and pleased to be with you to discuss my nomination. I was proud to represent Gardner and Randolph in the 126th legislature and Gardner and Farmingdale in the 127th and 128th legislatures. As you will see from my resume and legislative questionnaire, my legislative experience included 3 committees with key roles in state fiscal policy that I think are most pertinent to this nomination. Serving on the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs provided me with valuable policy experience in the state government financial arena in which MAGIFA plays a vital role. Serving on AFA required attention to detail, but understanding the larger context of the state's fiscal policy. It was critical to know how to ask the right questions and to be able to comprehend complex matters quickly. My service on the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation coincided with the most comprehensive changes to the federal tax code in a generation. It required careful study of the congressional record and other complex background material about these sweeping changes, as Maine had to choose whether and to what extent Maine's tax code would conform to the changes to the federal tax code. Lastly, the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation has jurisdiction over the highway budget of the Department of Transportation, while the AFA committee has jurisdiction over the remainder of the state's budget. My AFA experience was useful during my service on the Transportation Committee, as our committee decided which highway expenditures to recommend to the full legislature. I believe my work ethic and my reputation for working in a bipartisan fashion serve my colleagues, constituents, and the people of Maine well. I'm ready to work once again on behalf of Maine people, diligently and collaboratively with other board members and the authority's staff. I thank you for your consideration of my appointment and for your service to the people of Maine. I'm happy to answer your questions or to hear your advice as I seek to undertake this role. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Gay Grant, and thank you for your public service. The chair would ask if any members of the committee have questions of the nominee. Okay, seeing none, the chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. I think, Cheryl, that Representative Tom Harnett.
Yes, he is actually testifying in another committee at this point and is having a hard time getting off so he can get on here.
Okay.
He apologizes.
Should we, if we give him a couple of minutes?
It's your choice. It said, the email says Representative Harnett is presenting testimony on another bill in another committee and will join you as soon as he can.
Okay, Representative Mark Bryant, you had your hand up, or?
I do know that we do have his testimony has been sent in to us, so we have had a chance to look at it, and it was, I think it does represent Gay Grant very well.
Okay. I think we've been joined. I want to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. Representative Sean Paulus, good morning.
Good morning. Representative Sean Paulus. I represent House District 52, which is all the city of Bath. And it's great to see everybody.
Thank you. And Representative William Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for running late this morning. I had a constituent call, so I didn't make it in time, but I am Will Toole. I represent House District 139, which is the Machias area, plus Lubec and Eastport.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Bryant.
My apologies, I need to take my hand down. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, sometimes we're not sure if that's Representative Bryant or the reasonable facsimile when he takes a moment away from the camera. Let's see. That was the only person that signed up to testify, is that correct?
Yes, there was several written testimonies as well as Senator Harnett's written testimony.
Okay. So all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We will review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. We will vote on the nomination, and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III, MRSA, Section 157, and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee, when was the date of the governor's notice?
Good question. See, I have it right here. February 8th. Does that make sense?
No, I think it must have been later than that.
Oh, it was. And questionnaire.
March 10th, Cheryl.
Is it March 10th?
The
Thank
date
you.
of
I
the- Yeah,
appreciate
the
it.
date of the posting. Yep, no problem.
Okay.
Okay, so today is April 7th. Do we want to do the confirmation now? Representative Tool?
I move that we go into work session for the purposes of dealing with this confirmation at this time.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to go into work session. Are there any comments by members of the committee? Seeing none, we have a motion? We do have a formal motion already made to confirm this nominee to the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority. Representative Matlack?
I move that we waive the 15-minute close of the public hearing and vote on the motion now.
Okay. Can I see a show of hands regarding those who agree to waive? Okay, looking like it's unanimous. We're waiving that. We still have your motion to confirm, and I think that Cheryl, if you want to call the roll on the motion to confirm, which has been made and
Well-
seconded.
Yes, I will. Representative Randall Greenwood.
Yes.
Representative Randall Greenwood, yes. Representative Sean Paulus.
Yes.
Representative Sean Paulus, yes. Representative Francis Head.
Yes.
Representative Francis Head, yes. Representative Mark Bryant.
Yes.
Representative Mark Bryant, yes. Representative William Toole.
Yes.
Representative William Toole, yes. Representative Ann Matlack.
Yes.
Representative Ann Matlack, yes. Senator Joseph Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Baldacci, yes. Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Yes.
Senator Kimberly Rosen, yes. Senator Ned Claxton, absent. Representative Donna Dorr.
Yes.
Representative Donna Dorr, yes. Representative Walter Reisman, absent. Representative Kathy Downs.
Yes.
Representative Kathy Downs, yes. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Lynn Copeland, yes. That is 11 yes with 2 absent.
Okay, thank you. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government that the nomination of the Honorable Gay Grant of South Gardner for appointment to the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority is hereby confirmed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa, and thank you, Gay. Appreciate all that both of you are doing. And have a nice day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
So we have a number of public hearings to do, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And okay, so I just want to make sure I have my script. Good morning. This is the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. The committee is assembled electronically today for the purposes of inviting public comment on legislation. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is being conducted using an electronic format. The meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available on the committee's YouTube channel soon after this meeting has concluded. In a moment, I'll have the committee members introduce themselves, but before I do, I will ask committee members to keep their mics muted until I call on you. If your name, the name on your Zoom square is not the name you used to register to testify, it may be a bit of a challenge for us to identify you. So even though we did introduce ourselves previously, I'm going to just do a quick go around, starting with Representative Paulus again.
Thank you. I'm Representative Sean Paulus, represent House District 52, which is all of the city of Bath.
Okay, Representative Randall Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Randy Greenwood, House District 82, towns of Litchfield, Monmouth, and my hometown of Wales in both Androscoggin and Kennebec counties.
Great. Representative William Toole.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman. I'm Will Toole. I represent the Machias area plus Lubec and Eastport, which is House District 139.
Representative Mark Bryant.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Mark Bryant. I represent House District 24, part of the town of Wyndham. Welcome all.
Representative Kathy Downs.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Kathy Downs. I represent District 130, which is Bucksport and Orrington. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Francis Head.
Good morning and thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Frances Head. I live in Bethel and I represent District 117.
Thank you. Representative Lynn Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Lynn Copeland. I am proud to represent House District 14 in downtown and coastal Saco. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Representative Donna Dorr.
Good morning, Senator. I am Representative Donna Dorr, and I represent a portion of Augusta.
Great. My co-chair, Representative Ann Matlack.
Good morning again. I'm Ann Matlack. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Creehaven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands.
Thank you. And Senator Kimberly Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Kimberly Rosen, Senate District 8. I represent Bradley, Brewer, Bucksport, Burlington, Castine, Clifton, Dedham, Eddington, Lucerne and Maine, Great Pond, Holden, Lincoln, Lowell, Orland, Orrington, Penobscot, and Verona Island.
It's all, and they're all beautiful towns. And my name is Joe Baldacci. I represent the city of Bangor and the town of Herman, Senate District 9. The format is new to all of us, and we expect there will be unforeseen glitches and mistakes, and please be patient. We are doing our best, and we will all learn as we go along and hopefully improve along the way. A reminder to members of the committee about the use of the Zoom chat function. This function is not to be used for substantive discussions by anyone. You should know that the chat window can be viewed by any person taking part in this meeting as a participant. Participants include members of the committee, staff, and any members of the public during the time they have been promoted to participant for the purpose of providing testimony to the committee. All questions of persons testifying will be made through the chair. For each bill being heard today, I or my co-chair will call on sponsors and co-sponsors to speak first. When called upon, you will be promoted from attendee to participant. After presentation by sponsors and co-sponsors, we will call on members of the public based on how they are registered to testify for the bill, against the bill, or neither for nor against the bill. When you are called upon, I will ask you to state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent, if any. After you are done speaking and there are no more questions from the members, I or my co-chair will return you to attendee and call upon the next person registered to testify. When you are called upon, please make sure that your microphone is not on mute. It'd be greatly appreciated if when you're done offering testimony to this committee on the bill scheduled for today, that you exit the Zoom meeting. You may continue to watch the hearing on the committee's YouTube channel. If you need to exit the meeting before being called upon to testify, please be aware that you may submit written testimony at any time by accessing the legislature's testimony submission page. Some final reminders: this meeting is being broadcast and recorded on YouTube and can also be heard over the legislature's audio broadcast system. Any testimony you submit is public and may be posted on the legislature's website. Now I will open the hearing on LD 1010, an act to establish the Main Service Fellows Program. Is Representative Morgan Riley able to join us, Ms. McGowan?
Yes, she is.
It's a he, so.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Representative Riley?
Hi.
Hi, good morning. Welcome to the state and local government. And
Thank you.
This is a public hearing on LD 1010, your bill to establish the Main Service Fellows Program. And you have the floor, sir.
Great. Thank you so much. Good morning, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlock, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Morgan Riley, and I represent House District 34, which includes part of Westbrook. I'm here today to present LD 1010, an act to establish the Main Service Fellows Program. This bill establishes the Main Service Fellows Program, which I'll refer to as MSF, under the Maine Commission for Community Service. MSF will address a crucial gap in service programming here in the state by making sure underserved rural communities that don't have the capacity for traditional AmeriCorps programming are served. MSF is designed to attract and retain younger Mainers. The program will pay service fellows a living wage for their work and provide some student loan reimbursement upon completion of service, making this program appealing to thousands of young people in Maine who find themselves in debt after graduation. These benefits will make service a reality for many young Mainers who want to serve, but are unable to because they can't afford to do so. Expanding and creating service opportunities is a personal interest to me. While in high school, I spent much of my time interviewing and listening to World War II veterans. The men and women I got to know and have become friends with have had a profound impact on my life. They passed along many of their life lessons to me that I will carry and share for many years to come. One of the lessons that resonated with me is to lead a life of service. As we enter the third decade of the 21st century and are nearing the end of a pandemic that has taken the lives of over 500,000 Americans, it is evident that we need a new generation of Mainers to step forward to serve and embody our state motto of Diriga, I lead. I've joined forces with Representative Carlo Buxton, the youngest Republican House member, and Representative Warren of Scarborough, the youngest independent House member, in putting forward this program. Together, we represent a new generation of leaders in the state, united in service and eager to aid fellow Mainers in need. Service is and should be nonpartisan. MSF is specifically designed to recruit and retain motivated young adults and recent college graduates in rural and underserved Maine communities to address critical health, public safety, education, and environmental needs. Likewise, the program is designed to strengthen civic engagement of both fellows and community residents through volunteer service-based solutions. This is in part a response to the COVID-19 pandemic, but is also to address long-term issues involving public health, especially mental health and substance use, housing, workforce development, and the need to retain recent college graduates and young persons in the state long-term. I've worked closely with Volunteer Maine, the State Service Commission, to develop this program. MSF was born out of a service think tank that Volunteer Maine hosted in the fall of 2020. The participants represented small municipal offices, nonprofits, school districts, elected officials, and businesses. They recognized that we need to expand service programming in the state to address the negative economic impact rural communities have faced from the COVID-19 pandemic. At a time when Maine communities are seeking support and Maine's young people need career opportunities, the MSF program is needed now more than ever. MSF is designed to complement the existing Maine AmeriCorps programs and is specifically designed for our small communities and micro-organizations in rural areas, allowing for a quicker implementation of the program on the ground and therefore a quicker return on investment. Communities can access fellows help more rapidly because the application process and accountability requirements will be streamlined. As a state-based service program, a broader set of community needs can be addressed. As opposed to federally prescribed funding priorities, our small towns know what they need, and the Maine Service Fellows Program will give them the support to take on these issues. MSF will make up a single core, but will be dispersed to serve with sponsoring organizations in rural communities. While fellows will provide direct service, they will also build the capacity of the host organization to recruit and mobilize volunteers. Fellows will also commit some of their time to developing regional networks of volunteer leaders and programs whose common or complementary goals would benefit from sharing information or collaborating. This will help build up human infrastructure and support systems in rural communities. Creating a new program amid a tight budget will undoubtedly concern some. However, MSF is a physically smart investment that will not only pay for itself, but bring future financial returns within the communities it operates in. Because MSF addresses COVID-19 economic relief in rural communities, it qualifies for American Rescue Plan funds that will be coming to our state. For $350,000 a year for 3 years with American Rescue Plan funds, we can fully fund the 3-year pilot program. This usage of federal funds will save the Maine taxpayers money in addressing COVID-19 relief and in establishing the MSF program. Service programs in Maine, as seen with Maine's Conservation Corps, typically generate $3 in return investments for every dollar that is spent, which stays in the communities service members operate in. Using the American Rescue Funds, the amount invested in the MS program has the ability to generate a return that is threefold. This is a physically smart investment that will leverage federal funds in order to make the strongest possible impact in aiding rural communities that don't have the capacity for traditional AmeriCorps programming. A generation of young Mainers are ready to serve and meet this moment and this decade. They now need to be given the chance. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions or to provide you with any information for your upcoming work session. And also, Mary Alice, the Executive Director of Volunteer Maine, should be in the chat as well to answer any questions about the program, along with the commissioners. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Representative Riley. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a lot of questions. I think some of them certainly can be saved for the work session, but several of them, I guess the first one, the most obvious one, is Representative Riley, have you worked with Maine Municipal Association and the County Commissioners Association to, if this is going to be municipally focused, locally focused, have you worked with them, and would you be open to tailoring this to specific services that counties and municipalities provide, for one? I guess that's one question. And the other major question for now is talking about long-term sustainability. The federal money will only last for a period of time. Do you have plans, or do you have long-term plans of funding this going forward after the federal one-time federal money is gone? And I guess we can leave it at those questions for now and deal with anything else through the rest.
Okay, so there are two questions, Representative Riley. First is about municipal and county governments. You want to answer that one first, and then we'll take on the second one?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Representative Toole, for your questions. Yeah, so, and I would bring in the Executive Director, Mary Alice, and the commissioners as well, because they can speak to that, because they've also been doing a lot of outreach and work with a bunch of groups across the state, I believe also including the Municipal Association. And again, so municipals and also small organizations, small micro organizations, so they come to Volunteer Maine with a plan of what they need. It's not Volunteer Maine saying to communities, this is what we want to do in your community. It's communities saying, hey, we have a plan. This is what we need a fellow for. This is how we're going to be using this fellow, and coming to the community. So, I mean, like I said in my testimony, our small rural towns, they know what they need. They know what they want. And this gives them the opportunity to be able to ask and receive that help. And then for funding, Of course, I mean, Volunteer Maine has the ability to receive both private and federal funds, grants, and gifts in support of the program. They also can accept funding from other state agencies to support program fellows whose work will support and promote goals of programs administrated by those agencies. And we can talk even more in the work session as well.
And I appreciate that. And if I might follow up briefly, my question was more along the lines of, have you reached out to Maine Municipal, or have the Volunteer Maine Municipal, or county commissioners to really tailor this toward municipal service? Because I think we all in rural areas see places where volunteerism is at a low. And I think it would be great to really focus. Wouldn't you agree that it would be great to really focus this on areas in working with municipalities, knowing what they need?
Representative Toole, I would just note for purposes of the record that we have a number of speakers, and one of them is a representative from the Maine Municipal Association as we go along here. But
so Representative Toole, they'll actually be speaking. So yeah, the commissioners, they have been working with them. And then also, I'm pretty sure, again, I was part of the service think tank that Volunteer Maine hosted, but there was also a lot of organizations there. They might be able to say if they were there or not. That was back in November. And I even though I'm young, sometimes my memory is not always that great. But they would be happy to talk further on that. But I definitely hear your concern. And that's definitely, of course, that's definitely a top priority. I mean, again, like I said before, like our small towns know what they need. It's just getting the resources to them.
So Representative Riley, I think Representative Toole's other question was about the funding issue. You want to address that?
I think I did address that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm good with that. I think he addressed that. So,
yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was completed or not. Okay. And Representative Riley, are there any other questions for Representative Riley? I had one representative, and as a co-sponsor of the bill, I'm really happy to co-sponsor it. Why don't you talk about what you think the return on investment is and why this is a good investment for the state?
So yeah, so one thing we've been looking at is trying to stretch this money that's going to be coming into our state with American Rescue Funds. So our Maine Conservation Corps, typically for about every dollar that's put in, we're typically looking about getting $3 back in a return investment that's staying in these communities. And again, Mary Alice, the executive director, she has like all the hard data. She can share that with you. But we're looking at this program is similar, is a similar structure because it's a state-based service organization. We're looking at getting like a $3 return for every dollar that we're putting into this. And if we're putting in, starting about like the second year of startup of this program, if we're putting in about 350,000 American Rescue Funds in this program, I mean, we're looking at a threefold investment. When we're looking at possibly stretching out, having almost essentially about $1 million that's being invested into these communities that will be able to have a really long-term effect in both building up human infrastructure and support systems, and really maximize this money that's coming into the state.
Great. And any other questions or comments for Representative Riley? Representative, thank you for joining us. I know,
of course, pleasure.
I know that there are some co-sponsors here, and so I was going to Cheryl McGowan.
Yes.
That Representative Warren is Representative Warren with us, or Representative Cloutier?
Yes, one of them is.
Hi.
And
Good
I
morning,
believe-
Representative Cloutier.
Good morning.
Good morning. I want to recognize you and give you the floor for a moment regarding LD 1010.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So good morning, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and esteemed members of the State and Local Government Committee. As you know, my name is Kristen Cloutier, and I proudly represent House District 60, part of Lewiston. I am here in resounding support of LD 1010, an act to establish the Maine Service Fellows Program. Establishing this program will provide valuable opportunities and experiences to young Mainers. This legislation is aimed specifically at addressing the state's growing workforce shortage, something we should all be greatly concerned about. As young Mainers continue to leave our state after they graduate, our economy will suffer, and so will the services and programs that rely on a strong, reliable workforce to meet the needs of our communities. When I'm not serving in the legislature, I work full-time at the Harvard Center for Community Partnerships at Bates College. In that role, and as a former municipal official, I have witnessed firsthand the impact that service programs such as this one can have on a community. Many of our community partners and organizations in Lewiston rely on a similar federal program called AmeriCorps to staff essential programming. AmeriCorps is a federal agency that brings together millions of Americans in service through its volunteer programs by connecting individuals and organizations to help communities tackle their toughest challenges. Whereas AmeriCorps dollars tend to flow to more urban service centers like Lewiston, the Maine Service Fellows Program directly addresses the disproportionate impact the workforce shortage has on our rural communities. Recent college graduates will be able to partake in full-time service to rural communities across the state to address a variety of issues, including housing, workforce development, substance use prevention and recovery, public health, and mental health. Providing these opportunities to young Mainers will help create a sense of commitment and belonging in our state, will empower a new generation of leaders to tackle the critical issues we continue to face, and will make Maine a better place to live and work. Additionally, service fellows will be paid a $15 minimum wage, along with around $5,000 in student loan forgiveness upon completion of 1 year of service, an additional incentive to stay in our state and become an active member of our workforce and communities. This program will play a key role in how Maine rural communities overcome the COVID-19 pandemic and its economic fallout, while expanding employment opportunities during uncertain times. As I said before, I am proud to support this legislation, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for Representative Cloutier? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Representative Cloutier. I would ask Samantha Warren, who is with the University of Maine system. Good morning.
Good morning. I was just writing a note in the chat to the clerk. I was worried that you thought I was Representative Sophia Warren. We are unrelated, but have the same initials. And I know she was mentioned as a co-sponsor of this bill. But good morning, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and distinguished members of the committee. I am Samantha Warren, and I'm the Director of Government and Community Relations for the University of Maine system. And we are here today in support of LD 1010. Maine's public universities applaud the concept of a service corps as proposed by this bill. Public service, after all, is a cornerstone of our tripartite mission that also includes teaching and research, and the three are often integrated with many of our degree programs requiring service learning, for example, student teaching, nursing clinicals, and our University of Maine at Augusta architecture students doing community projects. Members of our campus communities embrace giving back, as evidenced by our COVID response, which hopefully you're well informed about. And meanwhile, through the University of Maine School of Law, which I know the chair is an alum of, our law students annually provide nearly 14,000 hours a year of pro bono legal services to Mainers in need. This spirit of service on our campuses and in the community follows our graduates. According to a recent survey of UMaine alumni, which may have included both of the chairs, 70% of our alumni who live in Maine reported volunteering with the past year, compared to 35% of Maine's overall population. The Maine Service Fellows Program proposed by this bill would provide another pathway for our graduates to meaningfully contribute to our communities. This proposal is also exciting, as was discussed, for its potential to retain the talent developed by our universities into the state. More than 6,000 out-of-state students come to our universities every year, and we are likely the largest importer of new talent, which is essential to growing the size and skill of the state's workforce, consistent with our 10-year economic plan. We work hard to help our graduates, both those from Maine and those who have come from out of state, to see a future for themselves in Maine and to cultivate the knowledge, skills, and relationships to be successful here. While the vast majority of our graduates do stay in Maine, fortunately, we hear from many of our students and new alumni that there are concerns about the opportunities that may or may not exist here for them. And this is reflected in the survey that I just mentioned, the University of Maine alumni, in which 80% of Black Bears currently living outside of Maine reported that job prospects influenced their decision to leave. And those are both real job prospects and the perception that job prospects are greater elsewhere. The program proposed by this bill would create another opportunities for our students to stay in Maine and continue building the appreciation for the state, as well as connections that could lead to career and civic opportunities after their fellowship. I want to share with you a story. 5 years ago, Maine Law started a similar initiative to address a severe shortage of attorneys in rural regions that, all lawyer jokes aside, has serious consequences in terms of access to justice and commerce in rural communities. Our school places law students in rural firms for paid summer fellowships, knowing that direct exposure to rural places and rural practice will inspire students to consider pursuing careers in those communities that they may have overlooked. Maine Law graduates, including those originally from out of state, are now working full-time in Aroostook, Piscataquis, and Somerset counties as a result of their positive short-term fellowship experiences. One could imagine similar success stories of fellows from the program created by this bill. I do want to address an amendment to the bill that I think Representative Riley has brought, which we're grateful for, and that is to remove the reference in the original bill to a UMass in-state tuition pricing bonus for those who complete their tenure of service. System policy already provides that individuals who have been in Maine for 12 consecutive months for purposes other than education are already eligible for in-state tuition, and we'd certainly welcome fellows taking advantage of that benefit. We encourage your support of this bill, and we look forward to promoting the opportunities it creates to our students, while also working with the Commission to develop pathways that link those who participate in this service to our graduate programs. And I'm happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warren, and I'm glad there were no lawyer jokes in that presentation. Thank you very much. But yeah, no, I know the law school has done a lot, and historically has done a huge amount, especially in Cumberland County, but I'm glad they're doing it and branching out. Representative William Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Warren, for your remarks today. I guess a couple of questions I have is the involvement of the University of Maine system in this proposal. And I guess my question there is, have you been involved? Do you have, I know you have insight in getting programs off the ground and service and volunteering and such. Do you have any thoughts on that as to how long it would take to get something off the ground? Have you been involved in this with this specific proposal? And would you be interested in being involved in it going forward and narrowing and tightening it up?
Yeah, thanks for that great question, Representative Toole. So Representative Riley, I think even before he was officially sworn in, was in touch with our universities to begin discussing this idea, and has been certainly really receptive to our feedback, and was interested from the start in understanding if this is something that our students would be interested in. Was the spirit of service alive on our campuses? And as I shared today, it certainly is. And we would welcome the opportunity to be involved. I know in talking to those who lead our service learning and similar projects on our campuses, as well as the career centers, they saw lots of opportunities for synergies. Again, letting our current students know that this was an opportunity that could keep them in Maine after graduation, and also seeing links between those who were serving as fellows to encourage them to stay in Maine and come to the law school or come pursue a graduate degree. So lots of opportunities for synergy. And I think to an earlier question you raised, the University of Maine system through the Margaret Chase Smith Policy Center at UMaine runs the Maine State Student Government Summer Internship Program for the state. And I would say that last year, even amidst the chaos of the pandemic, which was highly disruptive, of course, for all of us and especially students, there were 160 students representing 49 colleges and universities, both in Maine and out of state, who applied for those summer internships at local, county, and state government. So there's a real desire for students to meaningfully contribute to their Maine communities. And certainly we think a program like this could be started fairly quickly. That's easy for me to say because the Commission for Community Service and not the university is tasked with starting it. But we think there's a lot of structures in place of programs that have worked successfully that this could build off of. And we look forward to being involved with that for sure.
Great. Any other questions for Ms. Warren? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time. The next one I'd like to, Cheryl, if you could bring in Rebecca Graham from Maine Municipal and Nick Batista from the Island Institute. Great. Ms. Graham? Ms. Graham, are you on with us? Or there she is. Good morning.
We'll let you head off to your other committee. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I'm catching you in between committees. I understand how that is. Thank you for joining
Apologies,
us.
Senator Baldacci. I was in criminal justice at the same
Yeah,
time.
no problem. I totally understand. We're all doing that at one point or another. Ms. Graham, thank you for joining us. I wanted to ask you, I wanted to give you the floor to speak for this bill, I guess. That's the position of the Maine Municipal, correct, in support of this bill?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely. Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Rebecca Graham, and I am providing testimony in support of LD 1010 on behalf of MMA and at the direction of our 70-member Legislative Policy Committee. Municipal officials from across the state are struggling to fill vacancies in vital positions within municipal government. We have an extremely aging service employee center, and officials from rural communities must provide the same types of services that are expected within the larger communities as well. But because of their local capacity, it's a huge lift for them to attract and retain employees that might otherwise be able to obtain the same job someplace else. Officials welcome the implementation of a program that would prospectively bring people into these smaller communities and perhaps create a relationship with them that they might be able to grow and actually find out that they might want to stay in that rural area. It also would provide an opportunity for those individuals to give back to those communities at the same time that it's going to fill the vacancies for municipal officials and other vital public services that intersect with municipal delivery. So for all those reasons, officials ask that you support the passage of LD 1010 and expand those opportunities for communities and hopefully ignite some passion for public service for the generations to follow.
Great, thank you, Ms. Graham. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Graham, for your testimony. It really strikes a chord, being from a rural area where you have a limited number of volunteers and professional staff in municipal government. My question to this bill is, do you think it could be tailored to address that issue of folks in municipal governments, county governments, training people to become into that field and using service as a gateway? Do you think that do you see a way that could happen, and would you be willing to work with the sponsor and others to refine the bill in some way along those lines?
Thank you, Representative Toole. Absolutely. We'd be delighted to work with the sponsor and the community, the organizations that are involved to tailor it for those specific needs and maybe even help identify where there are large gaps. We also welcome the idea we welcome the ability for that to also maybe be within the community as another entity that interacts. For instance, when they talked about public health, there are a number of issues within public health in rural areas that municipalities would also like to be able to address. So while it's not a direct municipal link, we do believe that service piece is going to bring individuals in contact with those folks and hopefully be able to impart some of that public service ethos.
And I thank you for that. And certainly communities have to have a health officer. And even if using this bill in that capacity to sort of build that capacity, I'm thinking, I realize this is more of a work session thing, but really, you clearly see a role at the municipal/county level for a program like this to be narrowly tailored to sort of recruit new talent into those fields in rural areas. So
I think that's something that they've worked on. I know that Senator Marianne Moore is a co-sponsor of the bill from Washington County, and she was talking about the lack of like some towns have a lack of town planners, that there are plenty of areas where these service students could work and could help towns do municipal functions during their service. So yeah, I think I agree with Representative Toole and your desire for that to happen.
And to my question for that, I think when we come back for a work session, could you bring back some ideas as to just types of things like that that could be used as a stepping off point for working this bill further?
Okay, I think that Representative Riley hears you loud and clear. Let's see, Nick Batista. Thank you, Ms. Graham. I appreciate it. I know you're busy. Appreciate your time with us here this morning. Thanks. Nick Batista, who's with the Island Institute. You are up next, sir.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack. Nick Batista with the Island Institute. I'll keep my testimony brief today. I just got my first COVID vaccine shot at the Cross Center in Bangor, and pretty excited, and just finished that up. The Island Institute's very supportive of this bill. We've placed over 135 Island Fellows in 27 rural communities over the last 20 years, and we've seen an incredible impact that these fellows can have in their community. And so we think this is a great bill, a great idea. Just to Representative Toole's questions, Andy Dorr was an Island Institute Fellow on Vinyl Haven a few years ago, and he worked on the comprehensive plan as part of his project. He since then went on and is now the town manager for Vinyl Haven. So it may be, we're thinking about this as both, how can the Fellows Program provide capacity to a community to get a project done, and then also what is the fact that somebody went through this and did that experience, how does that lead to benefits for the state that are longer than just the term of their fellowship? So very supportive of this, and encourage you to listen and review the testimony from community members who've testified or will be testifying about the bill and the impact of the fellows programs.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Nick, for your remarks. You bring up the tracking as Andy Dorr's situation goes. Do you think, and I apologize if this is in the bill at some place, but do you think we should be tracking the success rate and where people go after they complete the fellowship program?
It is certainly is worth thinking about. I think, you know, what we've seen is about half of our fellows have stayed in Maine, and most of them are still involved in public service, or many of them are still involved in public service. Sarah Kern in the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the Future is a former fellow. There are a handful of others. There's a couple at various humane centers. There are a couple pursuing interests or careers in the public interest. And so whether or not it's formally tracked, it's something that I think happens from people who are attracted to doing this kind of work, and the opportunity and the exposure that people have when they undertake a fellowship like this gives them a great taste for what it can be like to work in the public sector.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Batista? Okay, thank you, Nick, for being with us, and appreciate your time, and glad you're at the Cross Center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. I would ask if Mary Alice Crofton and Celeste Branham both from Volunteer Maine, could join us. Okay, Celeste, good morning.
Good morning.
You have the floor. Go ahead.
Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to come before you once again, this time in enthusiastic support for LD 1010, an act to establish the Main Service Fellows Program. As mentioned, my name is Celeste Branham, and you may recall from my prior appearance before your committee in February, I serve as the chair of the Maine Commission for Community Service, also known as Volunteer Maine. As you have read, LD 1010 stipulates a role for the Maine Commission for Community Service, both as the home for the establishment of the Maine Service Fellows Program and also for launching in 2022 the first class of 10 program fellows who will serve up to 1,800 hours over a 12-month period. We, the Commission, are also required under the proposed legislation to report to your committee no later than January 30th, 2024, about program operations and any recommendations we may identify for improvements to the program. I must state at the outset, on behalf of the Commission and its staff, that we are well positioned through experience and expertise to conduct the Main Service Fellows Program. Why do we want to undertake this responsibility? The answer resides in the benefits that we know will accrue to both underserved communities in Maine and to young adults. Permit me to offer a brief elaboration. Representative Riley most ably described the Main Service Fellows Program in concept. In a practical sense, national research supports all that the representative has outlined. First, older teens and young adults demonstrate a remarkably high interest in community engagement. Second, this cohort, once engaged in service, tend to set forth deep roots where they serve. This is evidenced by 25% of young adults who move here to Maine to commit to community service tend to make Maine their home. Third, and importantly, 7 out of 10 Maine National Service members have reported that the connections made during service helped their future careers and/or employment opportunities. What is more, the program as designed will enable young people to contribute their time and talent toward community recovery. Many communities are facing serious socioeconomic and public health challenges as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and additional human resources at their disposal are vital to their recovery. One valuable characteristic of the Main Service Fellows Program is its expansion of service to more diverse organizations, especially small rural communities, and the simplification of the hosting process, application process for those communities, and streamlining accountability requirements, which are currently insurmountable at the federal level for those organizations and agencies. Localities will define their most pressing needs and associated projects. For example, in the areas of workforce development, substance use prevention and recovery, public safety, and public health issues, including mental health. Please note that we project substantial interest in the Main Service Fellows Program, both from rural communities and potential fellows. Currently, applications for federal service programs outpace actual positions by 4 applicants to every 1 position available. Just as in the recent recession of 2008, when applications for service positions surged, we expect the same response during the pandemic, whose conclusion is yet unknown. For service fellows, these placements become a vehicle to test new career paths, hone skills, and build personal networks for employment. Thus,
Celeste, I would just indicate that we have a 3-minute limit. If you could, you have 30 more seconds.
I do, and I will wrap up within that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
No problem.
Thus, given the immediate needs of rural communities, stressed by an enduring public health crisis, the desire to retain skilled young adults in our state, and their own notable commitment to service, the greater ease for underserved communities to apply for and receive not only fellows, but also training and coaching support from the Commission. And the Commission's most appropriate role as the home for this pilot program, I can state unequivocally that the Maine Commission for Community Service urges your support for the vision and the realization of LD 1010. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Branham. Are there any questions for Ms. Branham? Okay, Representative Toole.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I hate to be asking all the questions today, but I do have for Celeste here, I guess my main question, narrowing the focus of this bill and focusing on municipal function type of things that local governments, county governments do. What do you think about that? Do you think that would be a way to move forward with this and engage folks in communities where there's a need?
I do indeed. And I think the bill speaks to that, Representative Toole. I know that in our preliminary conversations as the bill was being developed by Representative Riley, we were speaking with individual town managers, regional planning organizations, and local government representatives. And one of the values of the bill, as we understand it and believe, is the notion that these local communities and municipalities will actually dictate what their pressing needs are. As they apply to the Commission for a service fellow, they will have pre-identified or predetermined what in fact those needs are and their priorities are. So we absolutely encourage that, and I support your comment.
Okay, thank you very much. We have been joined by Representative Walter Reisman. Representative Reisman, good morning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Walter Reisman. I represent District 69, which is Bridgeton, Harrison, and Denmark.
Thank you. So I would ask, does Ms. Crofton, do you have any comments you want to add to what Ms. Branham has already stated?
Celeste gave, thank you very much, Senator Baldacci. Celeste gave the official testimony, but in response to there were two items. One is about starting the program up, and we have already actually done that kind of groundwork because we've been thinking about this for some time, as Representative Riley said, since last fall. So have gathered up from our colleagues in Massachusetts and Island Institute and others, all the materials needed to launch it quickly. And the second thing would be in terms of whether it should be solely focused on local government and county government. I would encourage some broader thinking because there are regional planning agencies. There are others who the town may want to be the official host and supervisor and provider of the desk and that sort of thing. So that's why we left it flexible. Not that we're opposed in any way, but just thinking about what's the capacity of some of these towns. It might be the library.
Right. Okay. Representative Toole.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. And I certainly think that a narrow focus, particularly in rural areas, is critical. And with that, how would you define rural? I mean, I come from a town of like 1,500 people. Representative Riley lives in a community of say 10 or 12,000. And many members, Senator Baldacci lives in a community of 30,000. So I know we're talking about rural, but I think each of us has a different impression of rural. And I hate to go down that road, certainly more for work session, but what is your working definition of rural?
I guess my working definition of rural would be, since my husband is from Columbia Falls and from Shirley, Maine, I understand. We've also, as a commission, we have had applications from Lake Hodgson School District, where after a year they discovered that they were just not suited to handle an AmeriCorps program and would have been more suited for this. We've had inquiries from Van Buren and some other places around. So we actually are looking at those places that do not have the nonprofit capacity and sometimes the municipal capacity, because it's part-time staff, to supervise somebody and to provide those, common day-to-day supports in order to get the work done.
And that is why I suggested narrowing the focus and tailoring it more to the smaller communities. But with that question, what for the work session, could you share your guidelines as to who is eligible and how you envision that working? I know you mentioned these towns that you've heard from, but I think we really need to be clear that it is for small town Maine. And it's an opportunity there.
So I think that's an invitation to Ms. Branham and Ms. Crofton to participate in the work session. That's to go over those concerns by Representative Toole when we get there. Thank you.
Indeed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Branham and Ms. Crofton. We'll go on now, Cheryl, to Lisa Laughlin from the United Way and Ben Algio from Portland. Ms. Laughlin, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Senator Baldacci.
We have a 3-minute rule so you have the floor for the next 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and esteemed members of the committee. I will be brief. My name is Lisa Laughlin, and I am the Executive Director of United Way of the Tri-Valley area, which is one of 9 United Ways in Maine that seek to improve people's lives. I live in New Vineyard, which coincidentally has 752 people, very rural. We're just north of Farmington. And in my professional capacity, I serve the residents of Franklin County and northern Androscoggin County. And I'm here to testify in support of LD 1010, which, as you know, increases the opportunities for citizens to devote a year of service to communities in the state, helps to stop the brain drain of motivated adults who complete a college degree and then leave the state, leverages service fellows to apply skills and abilities to projects for the benefit of citizens of the state, and reinforces ties to the state so that they may remain. Strengthens the civic engagement of both the service fellows and community residents through solutions based in whole or in part in volunteer service. And finally, provides rural and underserved communities like mine a resource to address critical health and human public safety, education, and environmental needs. I speak today on behalf of my rural communities today to urge you to endorse the Maine Service Fellows Program. We need to increase our capacity to serve communities facing significant challenges. In my neck of the woods, that includes the paper industry, which has seen significant job loss, food insecurity, access to childcare, mental health, and affordable housing. I serve 40,000 people with 2 staff. I have engaged AmeriCorps and VISTA members throughout my career. And as Celeste noted, I have found these national programs to be extraordinarily challenging to navigate and paperwork heavy. They are simply not scaled to fit small, vital nonprofits that do so much good in all corners of the state. You know these organizations. You probably serve on one or more of their boards, or you have a family member or friend that has been helped by a local lean nonprofit. I love this program and see it as a key to our future. We are in baseball season, finally, so I cannot help but end with a sports analogy. This is a win-win. We retain motivated, compassionate individuals in our state. We creatively and cost-effectively address major issues affecting our communities. And we build the capacity of the nonprofit sector and the municipal sector, because we do partner together. And we have limited fiscal impact on the state budget. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Laughlin. I appreciate that. And our next speaker is Ben Algio.
Good morning, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and honorable state and local government committee members. My name is Ben Algio. I live in Portland, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 1010, an act to establish the Main Service Fellows Program. Specifically, I'd like to share with you my experience with a similar program, the Island Institute's Island Fellows Program, which Nick Batista spoke about earlier. So just by way of background, the Island Fellows Program was started in 1999, operates a lot like the proposed Main Service Fellows Program. Recent college graduates from around the country that apply, and on acceptance, they're placed with a community organization on an island or a remote coastal community in Maine, where they work on community-focused service projects, and through those projects, they gain valuable real-world experience, continue their education, professional development, and importantly, they make deep and long-lasting connections to the communities that they serve. So after graduating from the University of Maine in 2014, I applied to the Island Fellows Program and was accepted and placed with the municipally owned electric utilities that operate on Monhegan and Matinicus Islands. Those islands, if you're not aware, they're not connected to the mainland electric grid, so their utilities rely on diesel generators to supply their power, and it's a costly and expensive, environmentally degrading solution. And of course, no one is more keenly aware of that than the people who are running the power company, and no one is more motivated to do something about it than the people who are running the power company. The problem was they just didn't have the time, the money, and the capacity to take on some of those issues. Every single person who worked for that power company had several other jobs, and so they could not devote the time to those issues. So I came in as kind of an extra set of hands to take on some of those projects that otherwise would have fallen by the wayside, helped them put together energy efficiency programs, including a LED light bulb bulk purchase program, home energy assessments for their customers, DIY workshops on window inserts and that kind of thing. And it resulted in real energy savings for their customers. We engaged in some long-term planning, and we did things like school presentations, digitizing records, inventorying transformers, basically whatever else was needed. The experience in the Island Fellows Program was very valuable to me. I got some incredible experience. I learned a lot. I developed skills that I still use today. And I think importantly, it demonstrates the value that programs like this can offer to Maine communities in the state as a whole. For example, if a similar program was to be developed through the Maine Fellows Program, we could have fellows working to help Maine achieve its carbon emissions goals. Fellows could be the boots on the ground, connecting folks with energy efficiency programs, engaging community processes around renewable energy, building local capacity. So there's a lot of good that these fellows could do. So the Main Service Fellows Program would be an invaluable resource to our state, and I hope you'll support it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Algio? Thank you, Mr. Algio. Appreciate it. We have John Portella, and we have Reverend Shirley Bowen. And I think those are our last two speakers. Representative Copeland. Hi.
I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank Mr. Algio for getting into the nitty-gritty of how this can help our communities. I strongly believe in volunteerism and having that perspective of putting it towards energy efficiency and climate, helping the climate. It sounds very good, and I wanted to thank him for his testimony.
Great. And let's see, Reverend Bowen, good morning.
Good morning, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlock, and committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to be with you today.
I just wanted you to know there's a 3-minute rule, so.
Yeah, I started my timer.
Okay.
I'm the Reverend Shirley Bowen. I run a small nonprofit in Northern York County, and I'm speaking in support of this. And I want to be a voice for small nonprofits. And one of the important things to stress is in our situation, and I'm sure it is in plenty of communities, nonprofits partner with local municipal governments to serve the broadest communities that we can. We actively partner with Biddeford and Saco and Old Orchard Beach. We run an overnight warming center. We have a meal program, a career center, and with extensive programming to meet the needs of our communities, what we found is that the rigors of a federal grant are just beyond what we have the ability to do. We did apply and were awarded a grant, a 3-year grant. After year 2, we had to walk away from that, not without a lot of angst, but because it was just so impossible for a small nonprofit. For the first 2 years, it was only just me as the one full-time person. There are so many benefits that when we did have our AmeriCorps people, there are so many benefits that they give to the community. They increased our ability to serve more people and to offer more kinds of programming. They bring in new ideas. One of our AmeriCorps people came from Florida and she stayed and is now employed at Goodwill Workforce Solutions. So it's a wonderful opportunity for small communities or small nonprofits to be able to benefit from the skill and energy and to then better partner with the municipalities and then to be able to just provide the best service possible and to give great opportunities for those who are service fellows. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Reverend Bowen. Any questions for Reverend Bowen? Seeing none, I think that John Portella is with us.
Yes, hello?
Hi, Mr. Portella.
Can you see me?
I cannot see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, so start my video. So I need to click here. Oh, there I am.
You are,
we live in interesting times, don't we? And I know I have 3 minutes. It will be brief.
Okay.
Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is John Portella. I'm a resident of Brunswick and the immediate past chair of Volunteer Maine, the Maine Commission for Community Service. I think most people have covered all of the salient points that I would make and certainly endorse. But let me just say this, in his classic 2-volume set, Democracy in America, published in 1835 by Alexis de Tocqueville, he recognized and applauded the spirit of volunteerism for the common good in the young republic. At Volunteer Maine, our mission is to foster community service and volunteerism to meet human and environmental needs in the state of Maine. That is driven by a vision of vibrant, productive communities with involved, responsible citizens. We have, in the state of Maine, been fortunate to have had AmeriCorps programs available for the last 25 years. The challenge, quite frankly, has been that those are federal programs. Needs are determined from the top, not from the local communities. And it often takes a year or more to go through the process of applying for a grant for those communities and nonprofits that are applying. Capacity, particularly in small rural communities across the state of Maine, is an issue that those grants have not been able to meet simply because the size is not right. The Maine Fellows Program seeks to place fellows in those small rural communities, whether they're working with the municipal government, a small nonprofit, that can help move forward the cause of volunteerism in those communities and provide some capacity for those local residents to solve the problems that they have identified as the most pressing needs in their community, and not something that's prescribed from either Washington or Augusta. So we think that this has some real opportunity to move the needle in rural Maine, and I would ask that you endorse the Maine Service Fellows Program, and I will leave my comments at that.
Thank you, Mr. Portella, and thank you for your public service. Are there any questions for Mr. Portella? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, sir. We have two more speakers. Orion Breen, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. You have the floor for the next 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Honorable members of the Committee on State and Local Government, we need to mobilize to recover from disaster. Not just the devastation of the pandemic, but the devastation of our civic life that has been under assault for decades. The erosion of civic virtue and civility has accelerated along with the rise of the 24/7 infotainers posing as journalists and endlessly scrolling social media feeds spewing a relentless cacophony of dog whistle doublespeak designed to rally outrage and clicks to buy bunker supplies, but not to solve anything. To heal and rebuild our communities, we need actions and not just words. We need to get our hands dirty and give up partisan posturing, virtue signaling, and ideological purity. We need community service, not lip service. We need something like the Maine Service Fellows Program. The Maine Service Fellows Program will help keep our young people in the state as they build deep community connections while tackling our most persistent challenges of workforce development, housing and keeping seniors in their homes, access to health services to improve recovery, and substance abuse prevention, especially in our rural areas. I was in AmeriCorps Vista for 2 years and can attest that a commitment to service changes lives, not just the lives in the community you serve, but your own life. Along with Senator John McCain, I believe the essence of patriotism is service to a cause greater than one's self-interest. I agree with General Stanley McChrystal that serving together to solve public problems will build attachment to community and country, understanding among people who might otherwise be skeptical of one another, and a new generation of leaders who can get things done. I urge you to support LD 1010 and funding the Maine Service Fellows Program. Doing so will pay dividends beyond measure.
Okay.
I will add that I am a member of the Maine Volunteer Foundation, though my words today are not representing them. But I will be helping to secure ongoing funding for this program, and having state support during the initial launch will certainly help prove the value of the program for future fundraising. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Breen? Okay. And our final speaker on this bill is Kendra Chubbuck. Good morning, Ms. Chubbuck. You have the floor for the next 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm in favor of support of LD 1010. Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, members of the State and Local Government Committee. I am Kendra Chubbuck from Isla Ho. I am 5 generations from the island and have been living here full-time for 12 months since 2012. I have been the Island Fellow Advisor for our last 2 fellows. Over the years, the island has had 6 fellows. They have been a wonderful addition to the island. The fellows have worked on affordable housing, buying and building for the Idaho Community Development Corporation, helping our library, organizing the Historical Society, volunteering at the Island School, which is preschool through 8th grade, day-to-day community support, and examples are being the MC for the talent show, MC for various auctions, helpers at the pie auction, helper at the strawberry festival, setting up yoga classes, exercise classes, running club pot, running, helping set up the running club around the island, potlucks, creating posters for events, setting up events, creating newsletters for the town, Tuesday's Table, which is free, a free meal twice a month from October to May. They have, one of our fellows was a volunteer music teacher at the school for a whole school session for the whole year. Support, one of the Island Fellows was a support town with the heat pump systems program. We have a heat pump at the school, 2 at the town hall, 1 at the general store, and a few at the homes. And she was really the coordinator of it all. A fellow created our comprehensive plan. We never had one, and she created the plan with some committee people. 10 years later, another fellow coordinated a community committee to update the comprehensive plan. We had another fellow that worked with the Island Power Company on the solar program project. We had a fellow that coordinated a bottle redemption program to raise money to buy a house for the workforce housing out here. Coordinated an electronic waste program with the school children, coordinating several beach and island cleanups. And Wednesday afternoons, one of the Island Fellows had a front porch music. And everybody on the island brought a chair or an instrument to play. That was a lot of fun.
Ms. Chubbuck, you have 30 seconds.
Okay, I'm almost done. Idaho embraces the Island Fellows. We learn from them and they learn from us. Their ability to remain neutral on community matters furthers their work and support, and they're a true asset. Fellows supporting communities is key for our tiny island because we only have 50 full-time, and that's 12 months out of the year. And many do not have the soft skills, degrees, computer skills, or no computer to do the jobs that need to get done. And we're also an aging population. And I end with this. Our last fellow, Molly Siegel, and a friend raised over $24,000 for our lighthouse by swimming around the island a mile or 2 at a time. It is 18 miles around this island, and it took them a couple of weeks. They had people in skiffs and kayaks follow them in case they needed help. So I am out in our skiff watching these young women swim in rough, log-filled red jellyfish waters in my community, their community. And I know I could not do what they did. They give me hope for the future of this island, for this state, not just because they do work that would get done otherwise, but the energy they bring. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And that's quite an achievement, raising 24,000 like that. That's great.
Yeah.
Are there any questions for Ms. Chubbuck? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Cheryl, I think that's all the speakers regarding LD 1010. Is that correct?
That is it, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to move to, first, I guess I'm going to recognize Representative William Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think for the work session, we're certainly going to want to have the volunteer main back. I would like to see them back, as well as MMA. And I think we need to have a firm definition of rural and discussion around that. I don't know if others have information requests. I think it's going to be really important that as we work through this, whether it take one or more work sessions, that there's a lot to work through. So I guess that's where I would start with it.
Okay. Any other requests for information for the work session? Or questions that people want answered for the work session? Okay. And if you do, we can always follow up by email with Lynn. Lynn, good morning. It's 11:36. I was going to propose 45-minute break, and then is that too long or long enough, or people like longer? Is that good? 45 minutes? Like we come back at 12:20? 12:20? Okay, I guess we'll come back at 12:20 and we will do public hearings. Just before we go, though, I would indicate that we'll do next one. It will be LD 826, and then 826, and then 753, then 876, and then LD 806 will be last per the request of Senator Kearney.
Okay, so you said 826 is
Yeah.
next, then 753.
Yeah.
Then
Then 876.
Gotcha.
Okay, and then 806 will be last per her request.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay,
Representative
is this going out of the numerical order we had agreed to earlier? Because I had an inquiry from somebody who was going to be testifying on, I believe, 876? No. And I had thought that we were going by the numerical order of the bills.
Yeah, I think we are. Yeah, that is by the numerical order.
Okay.
Other than the two.
Okay.
And Representative Toole, you have your hand up again?
Yes, my question would be, before we have, are there any bills we could possibly do before noontime that only have, like, say, one person signed up to testify? I hate to keep a sponsor waiting.
No, I agree, but there were none with just one person.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so if we went on to another bill, it would be another chunk of time. So.
And I just hate to keep sponsors waiting, given the.
Right. No, I agree, and I believe in moving things along expeditiously as well. But there were none that have just one speaker. So. Okay, so we'll see everybody at 12:20. Thank you.
Representative Bryant, we're on break until 12:20.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Representative Matlack, did we say we're going purely in numerical? Is that what we're doing?
That's what I thought we said.
Okay.
There was somebody who wants to give testimony, and I mentioned that the bill they were looking at would be towards the end of the day, as opposed to now.
Okay, so I guess that 753 would be the next one. Because I got mixed up because 826 was listed above it.
Right. Yeah.
So
So 826 is at the, no, it's not. Let me see, 1010.
so it would be 753, then 806, then 826.
Right. And then
76.
Yes, was it Senator Carney? Was that her bill that's
Yeah,
last?
I think that's last.
Okay.
Is Representative Connor available?
Yes, he is.
Okay. I had originally told him I wasn't sure if it was going to go.
Actually, he's not out there right now.
Can somebody text him or?
Yeah, I actually, yeah. Let's see. I can email him right now. I'm moving him in right now.
Great. It's a continuation of our public hearings. Representative Connor. Sorry about the mix-up on the timing. You will be going first. You are going first. So, LD 753, could you introduce that, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you accommodating me. So Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and distinguished colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is John Connor, and I proudly represent the hardworking Mainers of District 58, which is part of Lewiston. This bill proposes that we repeal a massive loophole that allows legislators to shield our records, working papers, memos, and other communications from the public and the press during legislative session. It is a massive exemption that no other branch of government has. Excuse me. Fundamentally, I believe our elected officials owe the Maine people the greatest degree of transparency possible, and I find this exemption troubling to say the least. The only purpose of this legislator loophole is to shield information from the public. I ask you, what do we have to hide? It might be uncomfortable to receive requests to see our drafts or documents, but that is what we signed up for, to serve the Maine people, and we owe them transparency. In short, Maine legislators should be transparent with the public, and we should not grant to ourselves exemptions from public access to our records that other government entities do not have. The opportunity for abuse is too great, and this bill presents an opportunity to end this troubling practice. Let's increase transparency in Maine government. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Connor. Any questions? Representative Matlack?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Connor, welcome to the committee. A quick question. So every other agency, the judiciary branch, all three, the other two branches of government, they are all required to produce work product before it's finished through a FOA request. Is that so?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my reading of the law, the legislative branch is the only one that has this particular instance of the exception for writing working papers in intra-office communications, from what I've seen.
Okay, but we are required to submit any documentation, all documentation, once the bill is completed, either as passed law or the clock runs out on it, or it's ought not to pass. Is that true?
I believe that is the case, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Connor, for bringing this request to the committee. I'm wondering, my question would be, was there a specific instance that brought this about, or something that, a negative experience, or was this a constituent request? I guess what I'm getting at is, where did this come from, and what is your sense of the history of this, the current situation?
Thank you, Representative Toole. Great question, by the way. So I do not have an exact experience. When I was first elected, I ran on transparency. And when I started looking through the statutes, I was trying to find statutes that opposed transparency wholly. And this one jumped out at me, that we had a segment of the exceptions that said we didn't have to provide working papers as public documents. I disagreed with it. To me, it was something that wasn't needed. So I wanted to get rid of that exception.
Thank you for that. And before I forget for the work session, if we could have Lynn sort of come up with a history of it and how we got to where we are, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, to add to that request, I would just indicate that if we can have the legislative history from that, whenever that exemption, or whenever, there must be some relevant legislative history in the law library or someplace that might be helpful to find out the reasoning for differentiating between certain things. Thank you. Any other questions for Representative Connor? Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Representative. I would indicate, is Judith Meyer and Kenneth Capron available? Ms. Meyer, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to State and Local Government. We have a rule of 3 minutes for people who aren't sponsors, just to keep everything moving. You have the floor for the next 3 minutes.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and members of state and local government. My name is Judith Meyer, and I'm a member of the Maine Press Association, representing 43 daily and weekly Maine newspapers. The Maine Press Association is always pleased to support advances in transparency, which we hold chief to the public's understanding of the business of government and of the people's trust in government officials. The Declaration of Public Policy and Rules of Construction under Maine's Freedom of Access Act states, in part, that the legislature finds and declares that public proceedings exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the legislature that their actions be taken openly, and that the records of their actions be open to public inspection, and their deliberations be conducted openly. The subchapter shall be liberally construed and applied to promote its underlying purposes and policies as contained in the declaration. That second paragraph makes it clear that in the event of a question, the statute will be liberally construed in favor of public access. This has been the guiding principle in Maine since FOA was adopted in 1975 and has well served the public for close to a half a century. Between 1975 and 1991, the term public records meant any written, printed, or graphic material, or any mechanical or electronic data compilation from which information could be obtained, and that is in the possession or custody of an agency or a public official of this state. There's a lot more to that paragraph. It's in the statute, but in plain language, what the statute as originally drafted defined public records as any record of any kind that had anything at all to do with the transaction of public or governmental business was a public record, period. In 1991, the legislature adopted a carve-out to FOA and exempted its own legislative papers and reports until signed and publicly distributed in accordance with the legislative rules and records, which includes the working papers, drafts, interoffice, intra-office memoranda, etc., again, as defined in the law. This was 1991. Remember 1991? Governor John McKernan was in the Blaine House. Senator Charlie Prey led the Senate. John Martin served as Speaker of the House. Maine was in a recession, and the battle over the state budget forced a very painful state shutdown. It was a time of intense discord and secrecy. And perhaps now, some 22 years later, is the right time to get back to the origin of FOA and reverse the legislative working papers exemption, bring back full transparency to the legislature, as was the original intent of Maine's Freedom of Access Act. Thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Not many people come before any committee and say, remember 1991. But so I thank you very much, Ms. Meyer. Are there questions for Ms. Meyer? Representative Matlack.
Thank you. Ms. Meyer, welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
A quick question. Could you elaborate on 1991? I was around for 1991, but I know about the controversies and so forth, but could you explain what the impact on the FOA law was at that point?
I think what prompted all of this was the budget impasse and the working papers that came to make the budget come to be, if you will. And that's the origin here. I don't think it was about the full scope and everything the legislature was working on, but in 1991, the real battle was over the budget. There is legislative history on this and quite a bit of it, so that should help inform the committee. But that is my understanding, is that this is over the budget.
So, excuse me, may I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
So at that time, documents were shielded even after the legislature passed the budget, and those documents were shielded?
Prior to 1991, everything was open and nothing was shielded. After 1991, that's when the shield came down.
Thank you.
To be honest with you, I'm amazed that 30 years from now, we're still debating this, but I was in law school at the time. I was not in the legislature, but I mean, the state shut down for weeks, and it was over workers' compensation reform and the budget. And as Ms. Meyer has indicated, there was an intense amount of discord, probably more discord than we've seen even in some subsequent budget battles. But I'm surprised this issue of this exemption hasn't been dealt with before. Any other questions for Ms. Meyer? Okay, Mr. Capron. Thank you, Ms. Meyer. I appreciate your time very much. And
thank you.
We may need you to participate in the work session as well.
I'm more than happy to do that.
That would be great. Thank you. And Mr. Capron?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Ken Capron from Portland. I've been advocating for transparency for at least a decade and a half, not back to 1991. And I certainly want to support everything that Judy just said, because I've been following what the state, I think it's the NOIPA, or I can't remember the organization, but The essence of the Freedom of Access Act is about transparency and the liberal construction of how that's applied. I'm not sure the courts apply it as liberally as it was intended, but this is an exception that would impact a variety of agencies. One that comes to mind is the Government Oversight Committee, and the fact that the OPEGA agenda is not even available until the meeting is begun. And it would be helpful to have that agenda in advance along with any documents. But I think that's true in any committee. I think the public has a right to know who's influencing what legislation and why. Everything we can know about the public process is beneficial to the public. Whether people pay attention or not, at least it should be there for public review. So I'm very supportive of anything dealing with transparency. Certainly support Representative Connor's position that transparency is better for government than secrecy, and would encourage this committee to accept this termination of this exception. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Capron. I think that in addition, any questions for Mr. Capron? I think Mr. Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for testifying, Mr. Capron. My question is, I think you're probably familiar with the ins and outs of the Freedom of Request of Information Act. Could you tell me from your experience what the length of time is between a request for freedom of access and the actual production of the documents?
I would definitely say that varies immensely depending upon the agency. And even upon the request. I've made requests to many departments, and some happen fairly quickly with a really good quick turnaround, and oftentimes they give you more than you ask for. But then I've got a request that goes back to 2014 with DHHS that never got filled, and so it really varies. I wish there were something in the statutes that required a specific response time, and I also would love to see the statutes have a greater penalty for public servants who feel that they shouldn't be giving away the public process. But it can vary.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Representative.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You brought up, Mr. Capron, you brought up the fact that the Government Oversight Committee doesn't release their agenda prior to the meeting. So how would that get handled when you have to make a request and there's a meeting, imminently around that stuff? Do you have an opinion on how that might work?
I have an opinion, but I'm not going to express that here. When they do a report, the minute the report is finished, whether it's reviewed or not by GOC, I think it should still have public access. As a former CPA and auditor, we used to hold our reports until the very last minute till we presented them to the board, and often found out that as auditors, we were caught off guard by things we didn't know. So knowing in advance is always beneficial to make sure that the facts are the facts. And so I don't have any specific suggestion, but I know there are times that I would have liked to have known ahead of time what it was that OPEGA was going to be saying. And there is no opportunity to really know what's in a report until it's published.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Capron? Okay, I would ask in terms of information at the work session, that we have some comparison of how other states govern this issue. I don't think municipalities, for instance, have this exemption, but I'd like to know whether or not it's just this is an exemption for the state, and whether there's any similar exemptions for local or county governments, because I'm unaware of any exemptions there. But if we could, get a context for the whole thing, that would be helpful in addition to the legislative history. Representative Toole.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would add with that context, it might be worth our while to have somebody from the Attorney General's office give us a crash course on FOA, even though we got it on swearing in prior to the swearing in conference. Might be a great time to have that, just a general overall Q&A, what it is, what it isn't, how it works, what are the ins and outs of it, what is the logic behind it as it is. I know that's a lot of stuff, but if we're gonna stick our toe into if we're gonna stick our toe into the swimming pool, we're gonna get wet. We may as well get fully wet and see what it is we're dealing with completely. So I would request the Attorney General's office be present for the work session and give us a thorough discussion.
Okay. Representative Reisman, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if our legal analyst could also tell us if there's any guidance, and there may be already, about what the length of time an agency or a legislator or whoever it might be has to respond to an FOAA request.
Yeah, I think that will be probably part of the crash course that Representative Toole is asking for. Any other questions or comments? Representative Connor, thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. And I will close the public hearing on LD 753. Okay, the next item is, I believe it's LD 826. I can't hear you, Representative Toole.
No, I'm sorry, my hand was up by mistake.
Oh, okay, no problem. So is Senator Bennett here?
LD 26 is Representative Kessler.
Okay. Okay, I'm looking at
Senator Bennett's not in the attendee.
Oh, okay.
He was. Maybe
He
he'll be
was,
back.
okay. So Representative Kessler, good afternoon.
Hi, is everybody able to hear me?
Yes, go right ahead,
Hi.
sir.
Hi, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing this bill today, and I apologize. I am out with my daughter out in Mill Creek Park in South Portland, and extremely thankful for technology and helping us get our jobs done as legislators while living the lives we need to live. So I'll try to keep it brief for you guys with this bill. This is a perennial bill that I had taken the torch last session in trying to establish a permanent daylight savings time, or also known as a permanent Atlantic Standard Time. And just a brief history of the bill. Now, Senator Tana Bailey, she also had a similar bill in which we passed in the 129th that essentially waits for the rest of the eastern states to adopt a permanent daylight savings time before we do. And Maine's motto is Terrago, which means I lead, and not I follow all of the eastern states. I feel as though there is a growing desire to leave behind changing of the clocks. There's a lot of scientific evidence out there that it's not good for people's bodies. The intent for which we instituted the change, it's shown not to have any significant impact on use of energy. So this particular bill, I had drafted the language for this bill because really what we need to do is do the study that the Secretary of Transportation requires in order to change a time zone. And you'll see in the language of the bill all of those factors that place must analyze. But in terms of who we were looking to complete the study, we had originally sought to have MDF, the Maine Development Foundation, complete the study, but they just were not equipped to do so. And so at the last minute, we were hoping that the University of Maine, with their staff and student resources, would be able to help us do that study. So that is the shape that the bill has taken so far. And we are hoping that, or we also realize that in the time of COVID and uncertain budgets, that we couldn't reasonably expect taxpayers to foot the bill for such a study. And so the intent really was to privately fund this study. And so in closing, this is an issue that really has bipartisan support. And we're hoping that Maine can at least lead to encourage the rest of the eastern states to follow suit, and hoping that the committee can support this bill. So thank you very much for your time, and sorry for the squawking geese in the background.
No, that's perfectly fine. Any questions for Representative Kessler? Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Kessler. I think Senator Bennett has a similar bill to this as well. So I was curious to see how yours and his differ or mesh together.
Well, I'm going to call on Senator Bennett in just a second too. So I think he can also address that. But Representative Kessler, did you want to address that issue?
Yep, thank you for the question, Representative. We are speaking about the same bill. Senator Bennett is the lead sponsor of this bill, and I am the lead House sponsor.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I didn't realize this was Senator Bennett's bill since you went first. I'm sorry.
No problem. Representative Reisman and then Representative Matlack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Kessler, I'm looking at the summary of your bill. It says that the report out is going to come back to a different committee for legislation. Why would that not come back to the same committee, State and Local Government Committee?
I am sorry, I don't have the bill language in front of me. I believe if there is a difference in committee, it's probably because in the drafting, they expected it to go to one and it actually went to state and local. But what is the committee that it has listed on the bill?
Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business.
Yep, that I don't know why they had to go there, but yeah, so that's simply a drafting error.
Well, I think that Representative Kessler, you're correct that it probably was intended for one committee, but the committee sent it over here or it was referred here. So, Representative Matlack.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing, I did discuss this bill when it was first assigned to us. Apparently, state and local government is responsible for studies. And whether they stay with our committee or go someplace else, they generally originate with state and local government, which is why it came here. We will find out in another week or so that there's another bill that's a study that will go, that we will initiate, and that the end product will go to a different committee.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you very much.
and you're welcome. And as for my question, are you requiring that the University of Maine do this study and then find the funding to do this study?
Thank you for the question, Representative. We are intending to help raise money for the study in any means that we can, but we certainly don't expect the university to put in all of the work to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to introduce or ask Senator Bennett to join us now that he's here as a sponsor, and then I will open it up again for questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and distinguished members of the State and Local Government Committee. I am Senator Rick Bennett of Oxford. I have the honor of serving 13 towns in Oxford and Cumberland counties in the Maine Senate. I am here before you, as you know, to introduce LD 826. I am overwhelmed by the increasing numbers of people I hear from who ask, why do we bother to change our clocks for 4 months of the year? Like these folks, I find this practice is anachronistic, lacking in common sense. The ultimate answer is that one we warned our children about using. Everyone else does it. But that is beginning to change as other states, including those in our region, are beginning to exercise skepticism too about this and considering the issue afresh. There's already evidence that changing the clocks twice a year results in disruption to sleep schedules, to loss of work productivity, to increase in traffic accidents, to depression, and even cardiovascular disease. I referenced the study, some of those studies in a footnote in my written comments. In prior legislatures, there have been efforts to pass legislation ending the practice of springing forward and falling back in Maine, as Representative Kessler just described. However, those efforts were missing one important component, and that's the U.S. Department of Transportation requires governmental entities like the state of Maine seeking to change their time zone to first study the impacts it may have on commerce and quality of life. A report must be generated outlining the results. That's why, working with Representative Kessler, who's been a longstanding champion of this, I've sponsored this legislation before you. And as you know, it directs the University of Maine system to study and analyze the potential effects on the state's economy of the state adopting permanent Atlantic Standard Time and determine if that adoption will serve the convenience of commerce as required by the U.S. Department of Transportation. The University of Maine system is a tremendous resource to our state, and I'm confident they will conduct an unbiased and very professional analysis. As the resolve is currently written, the University of Maine system is required, to Representative Matlack's question, to fund the study through private donations. However, I know this is a concern of theirs. It's my concern as well, just echoed by Representative Kessler. Therefore, I look to the committee for guidance. I'm also committed to working with all interested parties to find funding. If we can't find the funding, then I don't believe we should move ahead with requiring them to do the study. Thank you. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Bennett. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator. I too have been a champion of changing times, being from Washington County and being from an area that basically hugs the Canadian border. And in doing so, my question is, I also have concerns about the precedent we're setting by requiring the University of Maine, either the system or the university itself proper. How would you suggest we work around that and get this to a good place where we can get the work, get the study done, and get movement on this issue while not setting another precedent of legislatures directing studies to our colleges and universities that have a primary goal of educating students?
Thank you for the question, Representative Toole. And yeah, I don't personally take this on lightly, directing the university to do this. However, in conversations with the university, and I think you'll be hearing some testimony later, that there's actually a good deal of expertise in the system on this subject, and it has been the matter of research for certain professors within the system already. So I think in this particular case, it makes sense. I wouldn't do that without consulting with the university and having their acquiescence, and also to dealing with this funding issue. I do think we should treat the university as the partners they are, but they are an amazing, particularly the University of Maine as a land grant institution, they're an amazing resource. And I've long felt that we could learn a lot more from them as legislators to tap into the phenomenal amount of wisdom that resides there. But
And-
we have to be careful how we do it.
Well, and thank you, Senator, and a follow-up, if I may there.
Yes, go
If
ahead.
you know, do we have an idea how much a study would cost, and would you be amenable to the legislature paying for the study and the university doing it? I'm just trying to think, I'm trying to toss ideas out, get
Sure.
thoughts on that, so.
Sure. I think you'll see in the university's testimony that they have figured what it would cost them to do it. And whether, you know, there's an array of options, there's a range of how deep the study is and how much it goes, but I'll let them speak to the cost side. On the funding side, I do think this is important enough that it should compete with, you know, perhaps if this is the only source available, with some of the money that the legislature might provide, because I do believe that the amount of money that we would spend on a study, you know, in the low 5 digits, would be far superseded by the value created in our economy and in people's lives by ultimately, if we decide to do what I would hope we would do after the study, which is to request the change in our time zone and stop this springing forward and falling back. I think there'll be immense savings associated with that. But I await the results of the study to confirm that.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Bennett, and thank you, Representative Toole.
Thank you, Senator.
Any other questions or comments for Senator Bennett? Okay, I don't see any. So we have 2 people here to speak against, and then we have 1 person to speak neither for nor against. So in keeping with the tradition, I believe we recognize Mr. Sultan. Are you with us, sir? There you are. You are the next. Thank you. And we're going to limit people who aren't the sponsors to 3 minutes. So you have the next 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and members of the committee. My name is Charlie Sultan. I'm an attorney in Augusta, and I have the proud honor of representing the Motion Picture Association, as well as their broadcast affiliates, NBC, CBS, ABC, and Fox. We have opposed this legislation every time it has come up because Maine is a small state and cannot and should not go into this alone. In the bill just 2 years ago that this committee dealt with and then passed, it came up with what I thought was a brilliant solution, which was to put into law that the Secretary of State ought to monitor the ongoing issue of time change, and that when the Eastern Seaboard collectively can and does decide to go forward to be in one continuous time zone, that Maine would then jump into that and follow along. The reason for why it needs to be the Eastern Seaboard and the usual standard time zone that we are all part of is because of a number of things that are based upon really out of live events for broadcast. And then that is things like the Super Bowl, the World Series, baseball events, any live sporting event, live political conventions, anything like that will not be delayed or anything else to be shown here in Maine. So Monday Night Football will start at 9:30 here in Maine if we were to go along and do this on our own. That's the kind of issues that would be sort of confronting we as viewers. Another thing that you should be aware of is that Massachusetts actually did do their study. Given your earlier bill on freedom of access, it's actually in the previous committee's folder, but we'll send it to you again. Massachusetts in 2017 did this study, and they recommended that while it had some benefits, there were some serious things that had to happen first. So we'll send that to your analyst and committee clerk. so that you have that, and it may not be worth having the university go ahead and update it. I don't think much has changed as to the factors involved. But we would urge that the committee sort of leave the bill the previous committee had passed 2 years ago. We don't see a need, and we think it'd be detrimental for Maine to go forward alone without the rest of the seaboard. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Sultan. Any questions for Mr. Sultan? Seeing none, our next speaker is Suzanne Goucher. Is that correct?
Goucher.
Oh, Goucher. Okay, thank you.
We anglicized it.
Thank you. With the Maine Association of Broadcasters.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci and Representative Matlack and members of the committee. My name is Suzanne Goucher, and I am the president and CEO of the Maine Association of Broadcasters, which represents the 150 free over-the-air radio and television stations that are federally licensed to serve the state of Maine. And I would simply echo what Mr. Sultan said, which is that Massachusetts has already done a very comprehensive study on this process and looked at all the pros and cons, and that we as an industry here in Maine have long opposed bills that would have Maine go off on its own. I was heartened to see the bill from 2 years ago amended to include the entire Eastern Seaboard, because we have to stay in sync with New York and network programming, as well as Red Sox programming on the radio. This issue is coming up in more and more states lately, and there seems to be a groundswell of opinion that maybe we should stop changing clocks. But I talked to my colleagues across the nation, and we are very concerned that there's going to be a patchwork of, some states on standard time, some states jump ahead to daylight savings time and stay there. And I really think this is going to take some kind of a federal solution. I know that Senator Rubio of Florida has reintroduced a bill to stop changing the clocks and moved everyone permanently onto daylight time. I don't know where that is at the moment. So with that, I will stop with some of my time still left to go and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Goucher. This is Representative Toole, you have a question, and then Representative Copeland.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, with the Maine Association of Broadcasters, if support federal legislation in resolving this issue federally? Certainly you've made a case for doing so, but would you folks support that?
We would have to take a look at the bill and what it says, quite honestly. But if it were a nationwide thing, it would make much more sense, in my opinion. That's just my personal opinion. But we haven't taken a position on the federal bill yet, because we haven't really taken a look at it.
Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm aware that Arizona doesn't change their time, and have you seen detrimental effects?
The radio stations, and particularly the television stations there, have to adjust their programming schedules twice a year to stay in sync with network feeds. And it's very disruptive.
Do you have any other questions, Representative Copeland?
No.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Goucher? Okay, thank you, Ms. Goucher.
Thank you very much.
And the next person will be Samantha Warren, who's testifying neither for nor against from the University of Maine system. Ms. Warren, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and distinguished members of the committee. Good to see you again. I am Sam Warren. I'm Director of Government Relations for the University of Maine system. And I'm here today to provide informational testimony regarding this legislation. In the interest of full transparency, I'm a mom of 3 kids, 6 and under. And those of you who have navigated changing sleep schedules through daylight savings time understand that there may be an inherent conflict of interest in my testimony today. But I'm really here to get at Representative Toole's good questions about the role of the university as a partner of the legislature. And in the written testimony I submitted yesterday, I detail some of the many partnerships we have between the University of Maine system, which, as I mentioned in a previous bill, has a tripartite mission, which is teaching, research, and public service. So we are here to provide nonpartisan, independent, objective data, economic analysis, and policy research and evaluation to the legislature. And so that's one of our key missions. So we're appreciative of Senator Bennett and Representative Kessler including us in this bill. To Senator Bennett's point, I have spoken with economics researchers at both UMaine and the University of Southern Maine who agree that they are capable of doing a study like the one outlined in this bill if adequate financial resources were provided to us. In fact, one economist at UMaine has actually led a similar study. Unfortunately, it's in his native country of Wales, not Wales, Maine, but the country of Wales. And so it's probably not relevant here, but suffice to say, we do have this expertise. Our researchers suggested a couple of different paths the study could take. It could be a very simple study, which probably wouldn't be great to inform public policy, but is certainly one approach, which would include a literature review and electronic surveys of Maine's business community, given the focus of the Department of Transportation's focus on commerce. To better inform decision-making, a more comprehensive study, which is the approach we would recommend, could cost around $75,000 and would include that literature review that I mentioned, as well as far more extensive surveying and focus groups of organizations and individuals like Canadian trade partners, transportation providers, trade associations, school administrators, members of the media, to the previous speakers, healthcare organizations, and residents of the state, as well as public meetings to gather public input. As I think others have spoken to, there is a growing body of research related to the use of daylight savings time. And if Maine is serious about moving ahead to pursue an end to the changing of the clocks, there's certainly a lot of value in doing a state-specific study that puts this work into more local context. And certainly if funds are provided to us to do that, we are absolutely willing and able to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Warren, for your testimony. I appreciate that. Getting to your first option, the literature review, did you have a cost estimate for that? As it would be nice to see for the work session both, and to see what each proposal would contain, because I think, $75,000 is a little bit of sticker shock, but I'd be curious to see what both options look like.
Absolutely, Representative. In the fiscal impact estimates that I provided, we thought that smaller study, which again, we wouldn't necessarily recommend basing public policy decisions as significant as this on, but that literature review and some kind of high level business surveys we estimated would be about $15,000. And again, the bigger survey study would be about $75,000. And I would say if you kind of went out on the private market, so to speak, to solicit a study like this, it would be much more of a cost than say $75,000. Part of us being a public partner of the state is that more reasonable price, which I know seems like a lot compared to some legislative studies. But again, you're talking about potentially interviewing, surveying, doing focus groups and community meetings across the state, of potentially thousands of people. So, this is obviously a significant change, and we would want to make sure Mainers across the state, as well as those we do business with, had a voice in this process, in addition to the literature review.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. Any other information that legislators would like to request from the analysts? Representative Reisman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was doing a little research into the existing law, And I think we get a little confused at times because everybody thinks it's just the East Coast states, but if you check the law that's on the books, it's the entire eastern the eastern time zone, which includes state as far west as Michigan. And I'm not sure if this is going to have a significant effect on anything that ends up happening, but I'd like the analyst to check that to see if indeed we are talking about a larger area than we originally thought.
You want the analyst to give us an outline of the current statutory framework, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Copeland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've seen in the newspaper over the years how it impacts school districts. I'd like to hear if the analyst can get some information on the schools' positions on this.
Yep, Representative Toole. Representative Copeland, did you have anything else you wanted to add? Okay, thank you. Representative Toole.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. And my recollection is that of Representative Reisman's that it is not just the eastern seaboard coastal states, it is the whole eastern time zone. It's including states such as Kentucky and Michigan and parts of even Florida. Well, Florida is a bad example. That is a coastal state. I'm sorry for that, but it is my understanding. The bill that we did 2 years ago does indeed include the whole eastern time zone. So yes, I would concur with Representative Copeland that if we do have some feedback from the schools, and also for the work session, if we could have Ms. Warren back, depending on the direction we decide to go with this, to help us work through the mechanics of a study and proposal going forward. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or requests? Okay, then I'll close the public hearing on this matter. And the next public hearing we open is on LD 876. Is Senator Breen here? You're on mute, Cheryl. There she is. Senator Breen, good afternoon.
Good
Thank you for your patience.
Oh, well, thank you for all the hard work you're doing today and for fitting this in. I'm just going to get my testimony out in front of me.
Go right to it.
Thank you. Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Kathy Breen. I represent Maine District 25, which includes the communities of Chebeague Island, Cumberland, Falmouth, Gray, Long Island, Yarmouth, and about half of the city of Westbrook. And I'm here to introduce LD 876, an act to promote efficiency in county and municipal government. The idea for this bill was brought to me by town officials in the town of Gray who've been struggling with how to adhere to the requirement that all public hearings be advertised in a printed newspaper 7 days in advance. I'm sure the town of Gray is not the only town grappling with this in the changing media market that we all live in right now. Hearing notices via email. The town of Gray, like a lot of towns in Maine, no longer has a local print newspaper. The closest thing is the Forecaster, which only advertises once a week. It only comes out once a week. And in order to get the notice into the paper 1 week in advance of a hearing, the town needs to send it to the newspaper 1 week in advance of publication. So due to this timeline, the town has a choice. It can submit its advertisement for a second public hearing before it holds the first, cutting down on the turnaround time. This, however, carries the risk that if anything arises out of the first hearing that would change the second, the town has to scrap the second hearing and start the scheduling and advertising process over again. The other option is to wait until after the first hearing to schedule the second, which then adds 2 to 3 weeks to their work schedule. In addition, the town must pay for these advertisements. Placing The hearing notice in the forecaster, for instance, is $100 for each time. Those costs add up over time, and this is money that can't be used for any number of other things, including services to town residents. Gray advertises its public meetings on its website, on its social media platforms, and in email newsletters. Since the onset of the pandemic, residents have been much less able to pick up the paper at the grocery store or post office as they were used to doing. In spite of this, the town has seen an uptick in participation in public meetings now that folks can attend via the internet. This shows that most residents are engaged with the town's online presence and that newspaper advertisements are no longer worth the cost. Removing the newspaper requirement will save towns time and money. Allowing municipalities to put hearing notices only on their websites lets them reach interested parties directly. It permits them more freedom in the scheduling process by not requiring them to worry about long turnaround times. And it will save the high cost of advertising in the printed newspaper. There are folks in the queue who will speak after me, who can describe the situation in the town of Gray better than I can. So you certainly will have more to discuss when they're here. For the moment, I would ask you to support LD 876, and I would be happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you, Senator Breen. Are there any questions for Senator Breen? I'm gonna, just so I have to go to another meeting, and I'm going to share the reins with Representative Matlack, who's gonna take over. And I appreciate everybody. I'll pop back in after those meetings are done. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Breen, as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci. Welcome, Senator Breen. Representative Toole, you had a question for Senator Breen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do, and being from a small town, I'm kind of sympathetic to the reasoning behind this bill, but I also wondered if you could address a concern about folks that aren't into the computer, that are disconnected, that don't have social media, they've sworn it off, really don't know how to navigate the web. Are you concerned at all that we're leaving a cross section of the local residents out of the mix about being aware of these meetings? I mean, I see it here with the legislature in our own public hearing process. And I just don't know. I was curious if you could weigh in on that.
That's certainly a legitimate concern, and one that I would take seriously. The town also, and I believe it's required, posts those notices on paper in the town hall itself. So folks who don't have access to the internet or who choose not to use it can certainly go to town hall and look at the notice board and what is coming up that way.
I see. Thank you for that. I know our town does that as well for selectmen's meetings and things. I just worry that the proverbial slippery slope, and I'm not saying I'm against this at all. I just want to be mindful of those concerns.
Thank you, sir. I'm having a chorus of dogs in the background, so I'm hoping I can avoid that. Thank you, Representative Toole. Representative Copeland, did you have a question for the Senator?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming before us, Senator Breen. My questions kind of align with Representative Toole's. And I know that we have the same discussion locally here in Saco, and we've posted most things online. We do post them at the City Hall, but I still get a sense from our age-friendly group that we're not reaching everyone. We have people in assisted living. I think about people with disabilities who can't get out. And so I want to say, yeah, let's just move forward and do it digitally, but we can't leave anybody behind because they're integral to our community. We have an older community, and we just have to figure out how to communicate with them. So there's that piece that I'm concerned about. Thank you.
All right. Do you have, Senator Breen, did you care to respond, or shall I just go on?
Well, I wasn't going to because there wasn't a direct question, but now that you invited me, again, I think those are legitimate concerns, and I think that I'm not sure that that population is getting the information through the local newspapers either, because those newspapers are not really widely available or circulated. They're often in places where a grocery store or something where you have to actually go and pick it up. While I agree that that's a puzzle that would need solving, I'm not sure that this bill would make that situation any worse than it is at the moment, because again, I don't think that for the most part, the newspapers are not coming to those individuals anyway. Those individuals have to somehow go get the weekly newspaper where it's available. So, but I appreciate the concern.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions for Senator Breen? Thank you very much. We'll move on to a couple of your co-sponsors. Senator Austin, are you here to speak in favor of this bill? You're on mute, ma'am.
Yes, I am.
Oh, wonderful. Then if you'd like to continue and give your testimony in favor of this bill, please.
I don't, thank you.
Oh, you're just here to observe? Representative Austin? Are you just here to observe, or did you have testimony to provide?
I am here to speak on it.
Then ma'am, Representative Austin, you may go right ahead and speak. Just, you're fine just the way you are, if you just want to give your testimony.
Okay, am I all set?
Yes, you are.
No, I'm going to address Representative Matlick.
Yes.
And
I'm right here, Representative Austin. Just go ahead and speak.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so.
Okay.
Thank you. Good day, Senator.
Senator Baldacci's not here, so you can just talk to me. You okay?
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Good day, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlick, and distinguished members of the state. And what I'm getting feedback. Is there something wrong? I'm hearing my own voice come back.
You might, if you turn off your volume on your internet, on your YouTube, if YouTube is on, you're going to hear yourself. Can you turn YouTube off? If you turn YouTube off, you should be fine.
I don't know.
Are you still getting an echo?
I'm hearing about 4 voices.
I'm going to send you an email.
Well, I don't.
Cheryl's going to send you an email.
Oh my gracious. I'm going to try this.
Okay.
But now I can't see you.
That's fine. We can see you.
Oh, great.
It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. If you want to just, if you'd want to just go ahead and start speaking, we've been hearing you fine.
I'm willing to give it a try. You all set?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This is a new experience. I'm used to being on your side of the table and I haven't had this much trouble. All right, I am Representative Sue Wilkinson Austin, proudly representing portions of.
Just keep going. We can hear you fine.
I don't know if I can keep my place. Proudly representing portions of my hometown of Gray, along with portions of Raymond, Casco, and all of Fry Island and Big Sebago Lake.
You're doing well. Thank you.
Okay.
Just keep reading. You're fine.
I am here to testify in support of LD 876, an act to promote efficiency in county and municipal government. Really, guys, I don't think I can do this. I'm hearing me right over chasing me. Can we, is there any way, do you want me to leave and re-enter?
You could do that.
Okay, I'm going out and I'll be back.
Okay, and I'll let Representative Moretti speak and we'll wait for you when you get back. No worries. Go ahead. Are you, do you want to put yourself on mute? And we'll let Representative Moriarty speak while we straighten this out?
I would if I could see anything. I've got to get out of here and then I will.
Okay. Bottom right leave button? Okay. Representative Austin, do you see did you see a red button on the bottom right of your screen that says leave? Do you see the bottom right button that says leave? Is your voice okay now? Okay. I feel so badly for her. She wanted so badly to speak. I hope she comes back. Representative Moriarty, would you care to continue until Representative Austin comes back?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Chair Matlack and distinguished members of the Committee on State and Local Government, I'm Steve Moriarty. I represent House District 45, which includes part of the town of Gray. So between Senator Green, Representative Austin, and myself, you have Gray's entire legislative delegation before you this afternoon. I'm mindful of your schedule and of the fact that you've been at this for several hours already. So I'll just keep this very, very brief and say that I agree fully with the points made by Senator Breen in her testimony and in her written submission to the committee, and share her points that have been made so well to you. The rest of my district consists of my hometown of Cumberland, and I'm here to point out that I've discussed this with the folks here in town, and Cumberland joins in support of this bill for the reasons articulated by Senator Breen. So I'll keep it brief with just those comments, and thanks very much.
Oh, thank you for being here, Senator, Representative Moriarty. Do we have any questions for the representative from members of the committee? There being none, thank you very much for being here today. I understand that we have a gentleman who also would like to speak in favor of this, a town manager.
Yes.
Mr. Rudy? There you are, sir. You're on mute right now, but there you go. Mr. Rudy, welcome to State and Local Government. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Representative Matlack and Senator Baldacci and members of the committee. Good afternoon. I wish you a glorious spring. It's my first time participating in one of your online meetings like this, so I will try to be brief. It sounds like you've been through this quite a bit, but I'd like to echo the comments made by Senator Breen and my support for LD 876 comes both as a town manager, as a former director of planning and development for another city, and as a member of the Maine Council on Aging board. I can tell you that the way that everyone is communicating and corresponding in our century has been really underscored by COVID. We're increasingly seeing more and more citizen participation via Zoom and via our Facebook and website channels. I understand there's sensitivity around print media being presumably the avenue that older people use to receive their information about town government. And while I will not debate or attempt to discount that, I think we're seeing even more citizen participation using digital outlets. And I would just put that to you as my observation is, if anything, we're getting more participation in local government now than before. I hope that also translates into the legislature allowing us to continue remote meetings after COVID is over, but that's another committee's work, I'm sure. Or maybe it's another day of your work. The 2 points I would like to make is that as a business development specialist for DECD and as the economic development director for the city of Gardner, I often heard businesses say that government did not move at the speed of business and that we did not understand the timelines that they are on for new development projects and how that translates into real money for them. So as an economic development prospect alone, being able to move more quickly to give public notice would be advantageous for our hopes and aspirations for new community economic development. But I'm finding that increasingly local government cannot operate at the speed of government either, because particularly in Gray's case, for us to put an item on an agenda for a town council meeting requires a 2-week advance notice. Many of our initiatives, many of our work projects simply are profoundly affected by that time frame. And I also hear the arguments about the cost of these publications. I think there's some validity there, but really for me, it's hard to explain to community members, residents, potential developers, people who have business going in front of the planning board, people who have perhaps lost their business license and want to appeal to the council, people who are maybe dealing with other issues that related to taxes and liens and what have you on their homes and their property, being told that they have to wait for resolution because of a statute that was written at a time where the newspaper was the only way of effectively reaching a broad community of people. Applying that in the 21st century seems to be an anachronism. And I would ask you all to consider supporting this bill for the simple fact that we're doing the best that we know how, or the best that we're able to serve our residents and our citizens and to address the economic needs and the community needs of our towns and cities. It would make things tremendously easier for us to have the option of using our digital media streams as well as print media to get our messaging out without having the requirement of being told that we can only use this one outlet when we know that there are so many others that are reaching other segments of our community more effectively. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that I might to help with your deliberation.
Thank you, Mr. Rudy. Do we have any questions from the committee members for Mr. Rudy? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for being here with us.
Have a very good day.
Yeah, you too, sir. Representative Austin, welcome back. Would you like to try again, please? You're on mute. Need to.
I would
There you
love
go.
to.
Thank you.
All right. I hate to start at the top. It wasn't that much. So I think you've heard it 3 times. So probably it's really a routine now. Anyway, good afternoon, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and distinguished members of the State and Local Government Committee. I am Representative Sue Wilkinson Austin, proudly representing portions of my hometown of Gray, along with portions of Raymond, Casco, and Olive Fry Island that sits in Big Sebago Lake. I am here to testify in support of LD 876, an act to promote efficiency in county and municipal government. This bill is presented in an effort to assist local government in meeting the required notification timeline at present for public meetings by utilizing an alternative method of publication. In our area of Greater Gloucester, the old standby small weekly news publications, as you have heard, in these 2 towns in particular, which represent our school district, are no longer in business. That pretty much forces the towns to rely on Portland Press Herald and the Sun Journal to alert our citizenry of the upcoming town and school meetings. Many of you may have served in a local elected position prior to taking your seats at this table, and you may have had an experience where a decision that would have saved a substantial amount of money on a local initiative had to be waived to meet the time requirements of prior notice to the public regarding that decision. I, over the years, did experience occasions when we found we were off by just a day or so to meet the printing deadline that would have fulfilled the notification requirement. This isn't about fast tracking everything, but often about being more efficient to meet the institutional needs in a more efficient and effective manner. Utilizing the option of county and municipal electronic websites is one such mechanism of meeting the deserved transparency. Excuse me. We all take an oath to maintain and to protect for the preservation of our institutions and the inclusion and well-being of our citizenry. On a closing note, it came to me as I was preparing this last evening, we as legislators, just I think within the last week, we received an email from the President of the Senate, Troy Jackson, announcing that the present requirement of the 2-week public notice for bill hearings in the large circular press have been adjusted to a 1-week notice requirement. That procedural change is an example of flexibility that is at times necessitated to do business and to not only be more efficient, but more effective in the meeting goals. I thank you for your extra time, and I apologize for the many voices that you were hearing.
Thank you, Representative Austin. I'm happy to hear your voice.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Representative Austin? Thank you, ma'am, for giving it the old college try. And, and we truly appreciate you being here.
Well, I appreciate it. Again, thank you for your time. Good luck.
Thank you. Cheryl, do we have anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this bill? Yes or no? Oops, you're on mute.
Rebecca Graham, but she's not on at this point. I did send her an email.
Ms. Graham sent a note, an email to me and to Senator Baldacci saying that she was now going to get her COVID shot, and that she would be available for the work session on this bill and the next bill. So
Very
thank
good.
you. we have several people to speak in opposition to this bill, is that correct?
Yes, correct. Would you like me to have them in as they appear?
Yes, please, a couple at a time would be great.
Sure.
Thank
First
you.
one is Courtney Spencer.
Thank you. Ms. Spencer, welcome to State and Local Government.
Good afternoon, Representative Matlock and esteemed members of the Committee on State and Government. I'm Courtney Spencer. I'm Vice President of Advertising for the Portland Press Herald, as well as the Forecaster papers and the Mainly Media group of local community papers covering Southern Maine. I'm participating from my home today in Portland, District 27. I'm testifying here today against LD 876, an act to promote efficiency in county and municipal government. This is why. Newspapers are embedded in the communities we serve. Between our print products and our online platforms, we are a powerful resource for information for citizens in rural towns and populous cities across the state of Maine. Do you want to know what's on the Yarmouth Council agenda? Interested in listening to the school budget hearing in Falmouth? Pick up a Northern Forecaster and find out how. Curious about water discoloration in Brunswick? If you read the Forecaster Coastal Journal edition earlier this month, you would have known what to expect. You would have found these public notices in our papers. Our readers, your constituents, turned to their local newspapers to stay informed about what's happening in their community, whether it's reading about the local soccer team or learning about the upcoming water main drain in Brunswick. This bill would deprive those community members of the most efficient access to and transparency of the government process. To be clear, how many people do you think regularly log on to the Brunswick Town website to see if there will be water testing in the near future? Newspapers distribute this information on a regular, ongoing basis that community members trust and rely on. Through our print and e-paper distribution, we deliver hyperlocal public notices information to the people they impact. In addition, constituents can access all public notices across the state through our online portal, Maine Public Notices, a site the Maine Press Association invested in to support our obligation to provide this information to the public. If reach and access are key objectives of publishing public notices, newspapers have more traffic and better distribution platforms than any town or municipal website. For example, in 2020 alone, Masthead Maine ran over 9 million ad impressions, driving people to Maine public notices. Independence and transparency are important objectives for public notices, and our platform delivers on that commitment to your constituents. If the cost of public notices is a driver of this bill, I suggest that it's a relatively small investment that informs the widest local audience and does not place an additional burden on the municipalities and counties to regularly update their websites with public notice information, which may also have a cost associated with it. For these reasons and those you'll hear from my colleagues, I urge this committee to vote ought not to pass. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Spencer. Do we have any questions for Ms. Spencer today? Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Spencer. That was a wonderful, to the point presentation. My question to you is, during the pandemic, people have become more isolated. Do you think that they have relied more on local news sources, whether it be weeklies or big regional daily newspapers? Do you have any data along those lines to support that, or even free publications? Like down my way, we have a weekly free newspaper as well.
Yes, thank you for your question, Representative Toole. I'll answer that to the best of my ability. I can tell you that for the Press Herald and the Maine Sunday Telegram, our subscribership is up year over year. More people are accessing information, especially during the pandemic, because it's become more and more acutely obvious that local trusted journalists are the people that you want to turn to for information in times of crisis. And the newspapers have seen an outpouring of support for the work that we've done through the pandemic and the Black Lives Matter movement. For weekly free papers, for example, we distribute over 64,000 copies of the Forecasters plus the Lakes Region Weekly and the American Journal every single week. In Southern Maine, the mainly media papers, that's 74,000 copies mailed directly to residents every week. So our reach is impressive. And even when the pandemic hit and grocery stores were restricting access, one of the primary ways that people can pick up their copy of the Forecaster, we took measures to insert copies into Press Herald papers so that we could make sure that people continue to have as much access as we were able to provide to those notices.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions for Ms. Spencer? Thank you, Ms. Spencer, for being here. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you so much.
Now, Jennifer Holmes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Representative Matlack and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Holmes, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Maine Press Association Board of Directors and as Vice President of the Bangor Daily News in opposition to LD 876. As I'm sure you all know, the Maine Press Association represents all daily and most weekly newspapers throughout the state. As I'm sure you will agree, public notice is an essential element of government transparency. Newspapers with their various platforms really continue to be the best medium to notify the public about official matters, given their accessibility, their independence, their verifiability, and their archivability. Newspapers most effectively connect readers to public notices, both in print and online, through an MPA member-supported site, mainnotices.com. This online source lists public notices from all over the state and averages about 26,000 page views a month. Notices are compiled there daily, accessible to anybody in the world. It is the most centralized and, given the page views, the most well-known and active source for Maine-based public notices that we know of. The current system really works, and this bill would move business away from a well-established, functioning private industry system and divert it to the government with no established system or track record. Placing notices on government websites is really a big government solution to a well-run private system. Citizens affected by public notices must have a realistic opportunity to read them. The proposed bill eliminates notice in newspapers in favor of electronic posting on a county or municipality publicly accessible website. Eliminating publication in newspapers would ultimately reduce reach and accessibility, as newspapers and their websites draw far larger audiences than government websites. In February alone, daily newspaper websites across the state averaged over 15 million page views, and our member websites prominently feature a public notices link in the top navigation bar for easy accessibility. In addition, removing notices from print especially disenfranchises low-income, minority, and older residents who are less likely to have internet access. And while certainly many citizens look to the web for information, newspapers continue to have a strong, loyal audience of print readers who are typically more civically engaged. This combination allows maximum exposure, and we would argue that more notice is better notice. In addition to transparency and accessibility, we would argue that notices must be published by organizations independent of the government body or corporation whose plans or actions are subject to the notice. Government posting of a government notice on a government website removes the third-party neutrality that ensures public notices run in accordance with the law. Removing newspapers from the process would eliminate an important check that ensures the government is acting in a manner that serves the public interest. Finally, there are also significant revenue and employment implications to all our member newspapers as a result of this bill. The MPA strongly opposes LD 876, and we respectfully ask that the committee oppose it as well. Thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Do we have any questions from the committee members? There being none, we appreciate you being here today, ma'am.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Excuse me. Judith Myers, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Representative Matlack and members of state and local government. My name is Judy Meyer. I'm the editor of the Sun Journal, the Kennebec Journal, the Morning Sentinel, and 6 weekly newspapers in Western Maine. I'm here to speak in opposition to LD 876. You heard from others today about the business side of Maine newspapers, but I am here in my role as a longtime advocate of public access and to talk about the role our newspapers play in upholding full and fair access for our readers. As has already been discussed, the public relies on legal notices to know when public hearings are scheduled before our planning boards and boards of selectmen, when towns are clamping down on illegal junkyards, when counties are selling property, and so much more. The bill before you wrongly assumes that every Mainer has access to the internet and that everybody also has the skill set to navigate the web. They don't, and far from it. Maine's default assumption is that 85,000 households do not have access to internet of any kind. That assumption is based on data so incomplete that officials at the highest levels within the FCC acknowledge they really don't even know how many people have access to the internet because mapping data is so inaccurate. We know with certainty that there are thousands upon thousands of Mainers without online access. Any move to push legal notices online as the sole access option disenfranchises an untold number of people. And we can be sure that the highest number of the disenfranchised are low income who cannot afford computers and internet service, those who may not be comfortable with the technology, including many among our elderly, and those in the most rural areas of our state where internet service is not available and may never be available. Additionally, this hop, skip, and jump requirement for anyone who's seeking legal notices to check hundreds of municipal and county websites. And I am here to tell you, many of them are not updated on a regular basis or even on a yearly basis, which calls into question whether municipalities are even equipped to maintain legal notices in real time. This creates an unnecessary burden for people who can now view all legal notices on a single page in our newspapers, and if they're web savvy, on a single online clearinghouse for public notices maintained by the Maine Press Association. And for towns, the reality is if a town is seeking the best bid on snow plowing, for example, it is to the town's advantage to ensure the most eyeballs possible see any request for quotation, so the town is assured of getting an array of bids. By creating this unnecessary and burdensome requirement for interested vendors to hunt and peck around for these things, towns may end up with far fewer bids and be forced to spend more than necessary. That is not responsible government. This proposal does not promote efficiency. It creates an unwieldy and unworkable treasure hunt for contractors looking for work and for the public seeking access to legal announcements in their communities. Most importantly, it creates a platform of privileged access only for those who can afford it. The suggestion that only the most web profession people who live in the most affluent and highly populated areas of Maine with reliable internet service are able to find and read legal notices against others who don't have these advantages creates gross inequity across the state, and this proposal is undeserving of support. Thank you for hearing me out, and I am more than happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Do we have any questions from committee members for Ms. Meyer? Seeing none, thank you again for being here this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Roberta Manter.
Okay, I think I'm on.
You are. I can hear your voice. Ah, there you are.
There you are. Okay. Yes, Senator Matlack, members of the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Roberta Manter, and I live in Fayette. We are off-grid, but we do have a phone line, which allows us to have internet service. I'm here to ask you to vote LD 876 ought not to pass. I do understand Senator Breen's concerns and she makes some good arguments. However, there's a large sector of Maine's population that does not have reliable internet access. My internet speed for both upload and download is often less than 1 megabit per second. It's rarely more than 2.75 for download speed or more than 0.75 for upload, but I consider myself lucky. My daughter has no internet service at her home. She doesn't own a computer because there's no point. A couple of years ago, she was given an iPad, but she has to go out to somewhere that has Wi-Fi in order to get online. The same goes for everyone who lives on her road in Bridgeton. Not all of Cumberland County is in Portland. There are large sectors of our state where this is the case. I see this bill as being discriminatory against much of Maine's rural population. But even where there's good internet access, I see this bill as discriminatory against our elderly population, many of whom are not computer literate. Those seniors who do use the internet are likely to be familiar with a few sites that they use regularly, but surfing the net to see what's happening is not part of their routine. My own husband is a pro at locating used tractor parts online, but don't ask him to use the computer to read the local news. Many seniors find computer screens hard on the eyes, so they limit their computer use as much as possible. Moreover, I see this bill as suggesting posting notices where hardly anyone will ever see them. When someone picks up a newspaper, they're likely to scan through that one document to see if there's anything of interest. Even at that, they may still miss a notice if they're not expecting one. But when you go online, you will not see what's posted on the town or county website unless you go to that town or county website. How many of you here can honestly say that you check your own town and your own towns and your own county's website daily or even weekly to see if there might be a notice that concerns you? I know I don't, and I don't know of anyone else who does. I do subscribe to a mailing list that gets me an email with the selectmen's meeting agenda. I know my neighbors do not, but even that would not alert me to notices on the town website. Senator Breen mentioned the alternative of checking at the town office for notices, while she also argued that people don't want to go out to get the newspaper. In the past, many have depended on seeing notices posted prominently in public places, at the town office, general store, etc. But with COVID, people aren't going out and about as much. Our senior population in particular is sticking closer to home and so is less likely to see such postings. We need more transparency in government, not less. I agree that fewer people are reading their daily newspaper these days, but switching to an even less noticed platform will not improve the situation. You might not object if this bill required posting notices both in the local papers and in the town's or county's website, as well as prominent places in town. That would increase the chances that members of the public would actually see the notice somewhere. But posting notices online and not in the local paper will effectively make those notices inaccessible to many of our citizens and not very likely to be seen by the rest. Please vote LD 876 ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manter. Do we have any questions for Ms. Manter? Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the other night.
Oops. He froze. Oop. Representative Toole, I'm afraid you're frozen.
Pardon?
There you are. There you are. Could you repeat your question, please, sir?
Yes, I'm sorry. So a couple of nights ago, Spectrum had a major statewide outage. And do you think, given the Spectrum situation and our dependence on these large tech companies, do you think it would be wise for us to put all of our eggs in that basket, so to speak?
No, I do not. As I said, my internet speed is slow at the best of times. A friend of mine was complaining at how slow her internet speed was, and I told her to go online and do a free internet speed test. And when she came back with the speed that she said was extremely slow, it was about 6 times what I had at the time. She said, I guess I won't complain anymore. But so I said, there are a lot of people who don't even have any internet access, whether Spectrum is up and running or not.
Thank you. Representative Greenwood, your question, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Manter, thank you for testifying today. I had a question for you because you said something that brought intrigue. My question was, I understand your opposition to the bill, but you referenced that you signed up for a news, like an email blast from your town. If something like that was added into the bill where that was a requirement for those public notices, would that make it more palatable?
You mean if it was required that notices be on that email?
Yes.
That would still depend on people subscribing to the email. As I said, my neighbors don't, because I know on a regular basis, something will come through on the email and I'll see one of my neighbors and I'll say, hey, did you know that there's a meeting coming up that they're going to discuss replacing the culvert at the end of our road? Oh, no, we didn't see that. Where'd you see that? Well, it's on the email that I get from the town. Oh, we don't subscribe to that. So you would then have to require that everybody subscribe to the email as well. And you can't really do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Manter while she's here with us? Seeing none, thank you for coming by, Ms. Manter.
Thank you for hearing me.
You're welcome. Catherine Jones. And you're muted, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Matlack and distinguished members of the State and Local Government Committee. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the Maine Town and City Clerks Association. My name is Catherine Jones, and I'm the co-chair of the Legislative Policy Committee. The Maine Town and City Clerks Association is neither for nor against LD 876 for several reasons, and we thank you for the opportunity to outline our points for your committee. Many members like the flexibility that the option of posting notices on a website or social media platform would provide to clerks. In fact, some have said that this could be a safeguard for public notice requirements when notices aren't published in a timely manner or have errors or omissions. This affords a contingency if a local newspaper discontinues paper publications. On the other hand, clerks noted that many remote areas within our state do not have reliable access to the internet. In addition, many older citizens do not utilize technology and still rely on printed media for their notices of local issues. Since this option would be optional, members supported the flexibility that would be provided for towns to determine what works best for their citizens. The Maine Town and City Clerks Association appreciates the opportunity to share its testimony with this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Ms. Jones? There being none, thank you for coming. Oh, excuse me, Representative Toole.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Representative Greenwood had a question for the previous speaker, and I was kind of interested to see how the Maine Town and City Clerks would respond to the idea of having to maintain an email list in the municipality for something of this nature. How would that, I know that wasn't part of the bill, but say that was another option, how would the Maine Town and City Clerks respond?
I would have to go back to the committee and do a research. We could do some type of a survey monkey to be able to get the opinion of most of the town and city clerks.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Jones, with regard to public notices, are most of your public notices specific to residents of your community? It was brought up about perhaps snow plow contracts or replacing culverts or other businesses where the services might not be provided within your community. How do you reach out to those outside of your community if you only post on your website?
I can speak on behalf of the city of Portland. We do have to post in the Press Herald. We have to post in a newspaper having general circulation. We can also post in the smaller town newspapers, the Forecaster and the Phoenix. And we also post on the city's website. So speaking on behalf of Portland.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions for Ms. Jones? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming by.
Thank you.
Appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Are there, for committee members, is there information that you would like for our analyst or our clerk to provide to us? Mr. Greenwood.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I know there was a lot of reference to, the newspapers have the circulation, but I'd like to really dive into what is the actual circulation of delivered papers, et cetera. Because I just know as an example, when I was running for office, I was going to advertise in my local newspaper, and I tried to find out how many newspapers were going to be delivered in that town, and the number was significantly low. So I'd like to actually know what is their actual distribution. That would be helpful for me. And do they cover the entire state?
Okay. I believe you can do that. I know from a prior life that newspapers and other journals within the state are required on an annual basis to post within their newspaper their subscription levels for the previous year. So that is information that's readily available from the various newspapers and probably from perhaps the Maine Press Association. They might be able to provide that sort of information to us. Anybody else have a question on this topic before we move on? There being none, I'll close the hearing on LD 876, and we will move along to, let me see, to Senator Carney's bill. Let me see. We are, and I've moved that.
806.
806. My apologies, Senator Carney. We will now open up the public hearing on LD 806. Welcome to State and Local Government, Senator Carney.
Thank you very much, Representative Matlack. It's nice to see you again.
Yes.
I so love seeing the bright flowers in Ms. McGowan's background. It reminds me of the spring that is on the way. Good afternoon, Senator Baldacci, Representative Matlack, and esteemed members of state and local government. I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29, which is the communities of South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and part of Scarborough. I'm pleased to introduce today LD 806, an act to clarify that municipal officers may accept a proposed unaccepted way for pedestrian, bicycle, and other non-motorized use. Trails for walking, running, and biking are important to Mainers. They connect children to schools, to grandparents, and to friends, giving them a sense of independence as well as an opportunity to exercise and to explore the world around them. Trails give us adults a place to unwind, exercise, socialize with friends, partners, and our dogs after a busy workday. I frequently invite constituents on a walking meeting instead of sitting down in a library or a coffee shop. It's fair to say that the people of Senate District 29 use walkways, trails, and neighborhood paths in all seasons, at all times of year, and in every kind of weather. You've likely experienced the same phenomenon in your districts, especially this past year. Trails provided much needed respite during the pandemic when workplaces, stores, restaurants, and state parks were closed. Trails helped us feel less confined during the initial months of the shutdown and also gave us a sense of normalcy. The pandemic helped me understand how trails make us feel connected to each other during difficult times. I was delighted when Cape Elizabeth Town Manager Matt Sturgis brought to my attention an opportunity to clarify Maine's paper streets law. Paper streets are roads that were laid out and recorded in subdivision plans, but were never built. The public has incipient, and that's a word that I know I wasn't familiar with initially, but they're called incipient rights to use these paper streets in public ways. And what that means is that they're sort of there, present but not activated. So there's a process for municipalities to accept or give up these rights. And though there are suggestions that a paper street could be accepted as a recreational easement, it's unclear whether a municipality can accept a paper street for pedestrian and bicycle as opposed to motor vehicle use. LD 806 clarifies that a municipality can accept a paper street exclusively for pedestrian, bicycle, and other non-motorized use. By recommending passage of this bill, your committee can support the creation of neighborhood trails, promote healthy activities, and provide respite and keep communities connected. I urge you to report LD 806 out ought to pass. I'd like to thank Mr. Sturgis for bringing this issue to my attention. I want to thank the committee for its time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Senator Carney. Are there any committee questions for Senator Carney on her bill? There being none, we'll move on to those who are here in favor of the bill. I believe we have several folks from a couple of folks from Cape Elizabeth and the Bicycle Coalition. Mr. Sturgis, welcome to State and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Representative Matlack, and thank you to the honorable members of the Committee on State and Local Government. I am honored to be here, and always good to see my friend Mark Bryant, who was my former representative before our district was changed. So thank you all for your service and the hard work that I've been watching you do today. So it's greatly appreciated by all. My name is Matthew Sturgis. I am the town manager of the town of Cape Elizabeth, and I am here today to provide testimony in support of LD 806, an act to clarify that municipal officers may accept a proposed unaccepted way for pedestrian, bicycle, and other non-motorized use. Over the past year, due to the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, an increase in the public use of outdoor spaces has intensified. Use of trails and other public open spaces saw an acute increase, in particular as our friends, neighbors, and all searched for healthy outdoor activities where social distancing could be practiced. You may wonder how this issue may tie into a proposal to provide clarity to paper streets law. Well, many towns have unaccepted and unconstructed paper streets that have been traditionally used as trails by hikers, walkers, runners, and bicyclists. These trails have provided linkages between neighborhoods, as well as passive and active recreation. Many towns have accepted the paper streets specifically for this use, and this is a practice in many towns. However, the state law is unclear on if a town may accept an unconstructed way for these specific purposes. The intent of LD 806 is to provide clarity in the law and the ability for towns and cities to accept these paper streets for these low intensity uses on rights originally dedicated to the public, as Senator Carney spoke of regarding the incipient rights of dedication. The legislature originally had acted by passing paper streets laws in 1987 and additionally amended it in 1997. These actions established that after September 29, 1987, from the date of recording a subdivision plan in the Registry of Deeds, the public acquires rights of incipient dedication to public use of the ways laid out on the plan. If a proposed way is not accepted by a municipality within 20 years from the date of recording of the plan, the public rights in that way terminate. For those plans recorded prior to September 29th of 1987, towns had until September 29th of 97 to accept, vacate, or extend their interest in the paper street for 20 years. And there's a full procedure by filing their notice of extending. And then they also had the ability, if they couldn't decide that within the first 20 years, to extend an additional 20 years. Now, Title 23 on transportation is currently silent in regard to the ability of towns and cities to accept paper streets, specifically for pedestrians, bicycles, and other non-motorized uses. And the need for the legislative remedy is great. The laws within Title 23 do not specifically restrict these uses, but they also do not specifically allow them, hence the problem. Such uses may be implied in Title 23, Section 3032(1)A, where the term recreational easement is raised, but that is open to interpretation and could expose a city or a town to expensive litigation. Many towns have extended their rights of acceptance due to the law being unclear on acceptance of paper streets, specifically for the lower intensity of use by pedestrians, bicycles, and other non-motorized uses. Cape Elizabeth recently prevailed in a prolonged and expensive lawsuit to its rights of acceptance of a paper street, to the extension of these rights and to what use the rights could be accepted for. The law court found in favor of the town for the first 2 points and found that the question was not ripe for the decision on use, as the town had not accepted the paper street for a specific purpose. Passing LD 806 into law will provide towns and cities clear direction in this matter. With the passing of 806, cities and towns may then be able to provide a public benefit in a low intensity use, make informed decisions on their extended paper street inventories, and finally meet the full intent of the paper street laws. To summarize, I'm here today to advocate for your support for LD 806. This bill will clarify questions on the acceptance and use of paper streets, provide the opportunity for much needed public benefit, help cities and towns avoid costly litigation, and allow communities to make informed decisions on paper streets. A debt of gratitude to Senator Carney and her fellow sponsors of this bill. And as you may notice, it does cross a wide area of the state of Maine and is not specifically a Cape Elizabeth bill or coastal community bills. This does impact towns and cities across the state of Maine. I thank you greatly for the opportunity to provide my testimony. I thank you for your service to the state of Maine and your thoughtful work in shaping laws benefiting state and local government, and your incredible stamina to work through this era of Zoom meetings. So I thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions for Mr. Sturgis from the members of the committee? Yes, Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for speaking with us, Mr. Sturgis. You touched on the every 20 years, there's a mechanism. I know in the city of Saco, we've used that. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Sure. Thank you for your question, Representative Copeland. Yeah, what the towns have is the ability to extend their rights in it, or basically buy an additional 20-year window within it. Cape Elizabeth has, and many towns have, extended their rights on many of these questionable parcels because there isn't clarity there. So our next round of when we need to determine, on or before 2017 is when, 2037. We've already passed 2017. 2037 would be by the time we need to make a decision in that second 20-year window. So we do have a number of those paper streets that could be clarified with this, and the town could specifically accept those for those purposes with this clarifying legislation. But yeah, they either need to act on either accepting or declining acceptance, or vacating or extending during that period of time.
Yeah.
But there is a huge interest among the public in Cape Elizabeth. Our Save Our Shores coalition has had, I think, in excess of 1,500 signatures on to try to have the town move this forward so we can accept streets for that type of purpose as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Sturgis? Could you explain something to me, please, sir? You talk about subdivision roads. So any subdivision, if a road is created for that subdivision, there's the potential for it to be considered a paper road and for the public to use it? Or is this specific to how it's laid out?
If it's laid out and accepted by the town, the people then, or the public does, or the town receives the rights of incipient dedication if it's an accepted subdivision. And then, the post 97 or post 97 divisions have that 20-year window, looking back at the law that was passed earlier. And then, but many towns have much older subdivisions that took place, and there are those paper streets that they were laid out on the subdivision but were never constructed.
Oh, right. Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions for Mr. Sturgis? Thank you for being here, sir. We'll go to another part of the state. Mr. Farn Gillette.
Hello, my name's Rad Farn Gillette. I'm the executive director at the Hancock County Planning Commission, resident of Brewer. My neighbors have roads and signs still up. I'm here today to provide testimony on behalf of the Maine Association of Planners Legislative Policy Committee, and we testify in support of LD 806. The Maine Association of Planners is an organization. We have over 100 planning professionals working in the public, private, nonprofit sector, as well as affiliated professions as landscape architects, attorneys, professors, and volunteers that work on planning boards and various local committees. We're an organization that works in diverse settings, and we're dedicated to not only enhancing the practice of planning in Maine, but the quality of life in our state as it applies to land use planning and infrastructure. Our testimony, we support LD 806 as it clarifies in law what we see to be, a common sense and practical use of public ways. Historically, and even to today, most interaction between vehicular traffic, pedestrian, and bicycles does occur on the same access points in the same traffic transportation system. By codifying this standard of practice, you will provide clarity for interested parties seeking to reduce or eliminate legal costs associated with confirming, such access. Unaccepted ways provide significant pedestrian and bicycle access between existing neighborhoods, and they connect neighborhoods to adjacent open spaces. So they can serve as ways to close gaps between extended distances and longer trails or they can provide access also to longer trails and regional trails such as the East Coast Greenway, the Downey Sunrise Trail. These are another tool that we can use to reduce the amount of expenditures required for costly infrastructure like new roads that might be needed. That's really the end of our testimony. It's short and sweet. We're in support of this. We support anything that is good use of taxpayers' money and increases the health outcomes of residents of the state of Maine. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Again, the chorus of dogs in my house has come alive. Is there anybody else on the committee who has a question for Mr. Farn-Gillette? There being none, thank you very much, sir, for being here. Mr. Bryant, welcome to state and local government.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. My name is Richard Bryant, and I'm an attorney practicing in Portland and also resident of Cape Elizabeth. And I'm here to testify in support of LD 806. The big picture here is existing public streets. I can look out my window from my office and see Dana Street and Wharf Street have been shut down to allow for pedestrian use for shopping and for dining. On Sundays in the city of Portland, Baxter Boulevard around Back Cove is shut down to vehicular traffic, and it's a significant benefit to the public to be able to recreate that way. In Cape Elizabeth, where I live, there are instances of streets which have residential neighborhoods. So it's clear that municipalities now have that authority with existing public streets. The reason this came up and that I've got a concern has to do with the lawsuit that Mr. Sturgis mentioned involving opposition to the town of Cape Elizabeth accepting a street which runs along the shore from a very old subdivision. The argument, which was not addressed by the law court but left open because there's such unclarity of the law, is that the opponents of that acceptance were saying you cannot use the Paper Street Act to accept this street as a public way unless you build it out as a paved street acceptable to town standards for motor vehicles. And because of the environmental issues involving shoreline access, that simply can't be done. So it's a way to stymie the public interest in getting a walking path or recreational path along the water there. And I think it's wholly inconsistent with the concept behind the Paper Streets Act to suggest that municipalities can't accept a paper street for limited use when they're allowed to limit existing public streets to that same limited use. There are obviously significant public benefits to that, especially with the concern about global warming and recreational access for the public. So I'm very much in favor of this act. I should also compliment for drafting something that is so marvelously short and sweet. So it's really easy to read and it makes perfect sense. So I do encourage that you recommend this go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Do we have any questions for Mr. Bryant from the committee? There being no questions, thank you, Mr. Bryant, for coming by. We have another person to speak in favor of this bill, Anita Pettit. Welcome to State and Local Government, ma'am.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm Anita Pettit. I'm from Cape Elizabeth. I'll be pretty brief. The Act to Maintain the Municipalities' ability to accept a proposed and accepted way for pedestrian and bicycle use seems like sound policy to benefit the citizens of Maine. In the process of working toward a similar goal in my community, I've spoken with hundreds of people regarding their views on the topic. Approximately 85% of those people favored public access to simple, low-cost walking trails for recreational use. The pandemic has focused our attention on the mental and physical health benefits of outdoor activities that can be enjoyed by everyone regardless of means. This is what community is all about. Based on my experience, I believe that a strong majority of Mainers would stand behind me in supporting this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pettit. Do we have any questions for Ms. Pettit this afternoon? There being none, thank you for coming by to speak with us. Those are all we have in favor of this bill. Do we have anybody to speak against this bill? Not in favor. Then we have Ms. Manter to speak neither for nor against. Welcome back, Ms. Manter.
Thank you for having me. Senator Baldacci, members of the state, Representative Matlack, excuse me, members of the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Roberta Manter. I live in Fayette, and I'm also the founder of Maine Roadways, which is an acronym for Residents and Owners on Abandoned and Discontinued Ways, and a board member for MARA, the Maine Alliance for Road Associations. I can see LD 806 as being either good or bad. It could apply to true paper streets, that is one that was laid out in a subdivision plan but never built and never accepted by the town as a road, but still within the window where a town can decide to accept it. Depending on the circumstances, that window may be 15 years under section Title 23, section 3032, paragraph 1A, or 20 years under section 3031, or a much longer period extended under section 3032, paragraph 2. This can leave landowners with the possibility of a future road constantly hanging over them. It would be nice for them to have some assurance as to the status of the road. In some of these cases, houses have been built that do not need that road, and the owners assume no one will ever be using the strip of land that never got built as a road. They may object to suddenly having the public using it, in some cases walking across their lawn within yards of their windows. There have been a number of lawsuits on this sort of thing down along the coast: Kennebunk, Cape Elizabeth, Long Island, Harpswell, Phippsburg, Boothbay, Cushing, Owl's Head, Rockland. These are mostly cases where the public wants to preserve foot access to a beach, but landowners see it as an intrusion on their privacy. On the other hand, landowners might be glad that the town took this option to restrict access rather than building it as a vehicular road. Many people have no objection to pedestrians or bicycles, as they are quiet and do little damage to the land. But they may wonder if this is just the first step towards further encroachment. In a few years, will there be another bill that allows the trail to expand to allow snowmobiles and ATVs? Will that be expanded to a Jeep trail? Will it eventually become a vehicular road? If there's a lot laid out in the subdivision plan that depends on the proposed road for access, as I read it, section 3031 gives that landowner 20 years in which to build and begin using the right-of-way. What happens if at the 10-year mark, the town declared it to be a pedestrian path? Will that conflict with the landowner's vehicular access? Also, it appears to me that this could be applied to a road that has been built and used by the subdivision, but not accepted by the town. In these cases, there may be a road association that's maintaining the road. While foot and bicycle traffic don't really impact road maintenance, some homeowners in private communities may not be thrilled to have their private access opened up to people coming in from outside to hike or bike. Not only is there the loss of privacy, but there's also the increased safety issue. Would the public bear any liability? So while I can see some advantages of this bill, I think there are also some questions that need to be answered and some details worked out before this becomes law. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions if I can.
Thank you, Ms. Manter. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Manter. I've been sitting here listening to this, and I kind of see where you're coming from, both ways of this. As you know, we're dealing with the abandoned roads issue yet again. You've been well acquainted with that. Do you see this as kind of spilling over and creeping into that whole issue and creating sort of a Pandora's box with that, with yet another whole realm of issues? Do you see that as a possibility, or am I off base there?
No, I think you're quite right. When I started Main Roadways, I was concerned only with abandoned and discontinued roads under Title 23, Section 3026 and 3028. But as my name kind of got out there and people began to realize that I dealt with roads like this, I began getting questions about paper streets. And so they've kind of gotten pulled into the same kind of issues. They're sort of in limbo that, is it a road or isn't it a road? Well, it was laid out as a road, but it was never built. So is it still there or isn't it still there? Will it get opened up sometime? One of the big issues with the abandoned and discontinued roads is that once the town stops having any obligation to provide maintenance, it still becomes open to public use. And in the case of abandoned roads in particular, these may be roads that haven't been used for years and years and years, but once they're officially declared abandoned, they're officially opened up as public easements, and it's fair game for anybody, even with vehicles. And I see kind of the same thing happening with paper streets, that it hasn't been used, it hasn't been built, and all of a sudden you can open it up and say that, oh, well, we're going to use it after all. So where the landowners had thought that the road was gone, now all of a sudden it's back.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions for Ms. Manter? Always an education to have you come before this committee, ma'am. So there being no other questions, do we thank you for those who participated in this bill. Committee members, does anybody have any requests for our analyst or clerk for information to be provided? Yeah, Representative Greenwood.
I think I'd like to make sure that Ms. Manter's invited to the work session.
Yes. Representative Toole.
Yes, and I was going to add that in as well, but I also think, Lynn, if she could walk us through the whole paper street. I mean, this is my 6th year on the committee, and I'm just now learning about paper streets. So I think we're really I hesitate to ask for it, but I think we're gonna need a real deep dive into what that even is and how that works and all of that. And I look forward to that as part of the analysis. And I also wonder if there is some connectivity with Senator Claxton's bill or potential for overlap there. If we could, I know we're working the two on the same day, and I also want to see if there's, in our analyst's opinion, if there is overlap or there's danger of us by working on one and by working on this one, we do something unintentionally to the other one. And I say that as one who doesn't understand it, so, and freely admits I don't. So if we could discuss that when we discuss this bill, I think that would be very helpful.
Sounds good. Representative Head, you have your hand up.
I wonder if we're dealing with a large number of these paper streets, and if it's rural or if it is just a kind of a city-ish. And I don't mean city, I mean established area.
Right.
A number of these things that we're dealing with would be very informational to me to know if we have 10 or we have 100, or what are we actually dealing with in numbers, and the cost to have the municipalities take them over.
Right. Okay. Among other things, I think that's one of the questions that Ms. Manter may be able to answer for us. So
Sure
I'll
she
be
can.
happy to have her join us. Representative Greenwood.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I forgot on my first comment. When Lynn's doing the analysis, if she could kind of intertwine, if paper streets, if we're ever going to deal with issues of eminent domain, I think that's very important to make us aware that if these paper streets that, you know, might come to a time where they could actually take someone's property by eminent domain, I think there's a very connection there. And I just want to make sure that we totally understand that.
Okay. Sounds good. Do we have any, Representative Copeland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a really big issue. There are cases that have been up and down to the law court and back again. There are people, you know, we're going to learn when we have someone talk to us about paper streets. We're going to learn about the center line of the road and when that comes into play. But there's also the assumption that people have like built barbecues, sidewalks, fancy gardens, all these kind of things. And I'm just going to tell you that this is going to be tough for us because I have to imagine that we all think that everybody should have access to the beach. But when somebody's had that as their yard and they built stuff on it, whether they should have or not, this is a very, very, very involved issue.
I agree with you. This is going to be a very interesting discussion. Do we have any other information necessary for our discussions? Okay. Before we adjourn, I'll close the public hearing on LD 806. Lynn, do you have anything for us this afternoon, or are we all set?
You are all set.
Yay. Okay, thank you for all your patience. This was a very educational day. Representative Toole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we adjourn, I was wondering if either yourself or Lynn could give folks a crash course on what to expect next week, as far as workflow goes.
Okay. We are adding, next Friday, we will be adding public hearings. I know that is a concern for some people that we're adding Friday, but the beauty, if you will, of public hearings is that you don't necessarily need to be there, except as long as we have a quorum at the very beginning. You can review them on YouTube after the fact. So as long as we have a quorum to get started, we can perform our due diligence for public hearings, and you can review them at your leisure over the weekend. But other than that, Lynn?
You summarized it. I will be sending out my unofficial calendar later today so you can see what's on the schedule for next week.
Right. So we do have Monday, we do have Wednesday, we've added Friday. We've added next Friday and the following Friday. Regrettably, those are work sessions. But should you not be able to attend but would like to vote, you still have the opportunity to do so. As long as we have a quorum at the beginning of the day and enough people to vote on the different bills, then we should be fine. Yes, Lynn.
I just want to point out that Fridays we're starting at 9.
Yes.
Because there aren't any meetings ahead of time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else from the committee before we adjourn for the day? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. Nice to see you all again. I'll see you on Monday.
Thank everybody for being patient with each other. It just a kind of relaxing to have us all listen to each other's perspective. And thank you, Ms. Matlock, Senator.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Francis. All right. Good afternoon, y'all. Have a lovely weekend.
You too.
Bye now.